other ladies that are on their way, 5 minutes to arrive, and then we're going to kick off soon. So in the meantime, if you haven't ordered something, coffee, nyana, cappuccino, kibona, some ladies are having breakfast, please order. Let's support the hangout. If you haven't said anything on social media, Aishem, utlompora. Like, so let's just be flooding the social media timeline. All the information is on this banner here. It's hashtag join us for tea on Twitter, Instagram, and Facebook. And we're also streaming live. So we're giving people 5 minutes nje, ukuthi baziqoqe, and then we are kicking off. So please order and let's have a great time.
It was all something and nothing to me. I'll make you believe that it was all something and nothing to me. Take hold of me, always, forever a fantasy. Wake from this tree.
celebrate? What comes to mind? Happy. What comes to mind? Bubbly nyana, champagne. But you're not asking them. Ladies, I'd like to officially welcome you to the 2021 Join Us for Tea Celebrating Women in Business. We're kicking this off with a resounding round of applause for each other. But this is how I want you to do it. I want you to stand up, ne? Just stand up for me. Sorry to disturb you. Because so your blood must be flowing just a little bit. And I see there are also some gents joining us. Thank you for the support, gentlemen. So I want you to look at the lady or gent standing next to you, ne? Umpege sise. Like umpege from head to toe. Uti marawena. Marawena. You are worth celebrating. And then give them a round of applause. Like, you are worth celebrating. And then you can take a seat. Welcome, ladies, to our 2021 edition of Join Us for Tea. This theme for today is celebrating women in business. So, when I think about celebrating, contrary to what a lot of people think, they think special occasion, they think something amazing that happened in life, an outstanding moment. But you know what I think? I think about Paul's letter to James. In James 1 verse 2, he says, "Count it all joy when you face persecutions of all kind or tribulations of all kind. Count it all joy." And that to me says that celebrating is about even the smallest of things, the small victories, the small wins, the ability to just get up out of bed, uvuke, ugeze, usleye, and show up. That's worth celebrating. So today, as we embark on our journey to celebrate each other as women in business, some of us are in corporate, let's be cognizant that celebrating doesn't have to wait for the big aha moments. Sometimes it's about the joy of the journey in every single day. So welcome to our event. I'm just going to share a few house rules. Thank you so much. You can clap, Vele. You must clap, eh? Mahlodi Kgatle. Some also call me Speak Queen. That is speaking, but a speaking queen. So it's Speak Queen. Why bona musne? So a few house rules for today. I'm this person who walks around like style camera, because we're also privileged to have people joining us on the live stream. So we're live streaming on Facebook as well as YouTube. But I also just want to share a couple of house rules. So you'll see right behind me, behind this green banner, there are some bathrooms. So ladies are to the left and gents to the right. Just be mindful of the banner. So ofite with caution. Ladies in our heels, another thing that I want to mention is, let's trend, man. Go social media, ne? Let's trend. And the reason we're doing that is to share our learnings with all the other ladies that couldn't be here. But also it's important for us to reflect. Sometimes you attend these events and you're so glued to a certain speaker that you don't even have the chance to listen attentively to what other speakers are saying. So what happens is when you share a post or when you write something that stood out for you, somebody can later go on the timeline and learn more or dig deeper into what was happening at the event. So our social media activity for the day is going to be led on the hashtag #JoinUsForTea, and we're on Twitter, Facebook, and Instagram. I'd like to officially also welcome people joining us on the live stream. Please let us know where you're joining us from. It would be nice to interact with you and tell us what some of your celebration moments are. What are the small wins that you are celebrating today? And another thing I want to mention is shout out to Hangout. Can we just shout out Hangout for hosting us? Thank you so much, guys. You know, ever since I walked in this morning, it's the hospitality for me. It's really, guys, the hospitality for me. Ubuntu, man, you know, that gentleness with which they serve you. Thank you so much for taking time and taking care of us. Please, let's support them. Let's order something on the menu. They've got a really, really great menu. And then lastly, ladies, the only rule that you must remember for today, ke kopa re slay man, re be cute, re be happy, re celebrate. Ane, please. So with that said, I'd like to call upon Mr. Sbusiso Joshua Mulimi, author, speaker, all things amazing and inspirational. And what he's going to do for us is just lay out what the purpose and meaning of this event is, and also tell us more about tea. Ke kopa re memiseng ka matsoho! Matsoho! Thank you, Sbu. He's also a brother of mine, a coach. Kore waiting this man. Thank you so much, Sbu.
Testing mic, 1, 2. Ladies and gentlemen, good morning. Sanbonan Dumelang. Thank you so much to each and every single one of you for coming this morning. So I'm not going to be long. Some of you, how many of you, but just by a show of hands, we want to see, this is the first tea event that you're attending. Welcome. You're part of the family now. You're part of the tea family. Give yourselves a round of applause. So what is tea? For some of you who don't know what tea is, maybe you're here because you saw another speaker that you want to listen to. You don't know what tea is about. Tea, there's 3 things that we simply do. We connect entrepreneurs, we develop entrepreneurs, and we grow entrepreneurs. We're not a funding institution. We don't have money to give to entrepreneurs. But what we do have is a platform for entrepreneurs to come and showcase, to come and learn. The founder, Ubulelani, the reason why he started this was because years back, we were being invited to go to these events in Sandton. And we're like, but what about the other entrepreneurs? With like, how many taxis do you have to get into to get to Sandton? That's how you've been walking, you need to quickly go to the bathroom so you can freshen up and look. And we're like, but why can't we take what's happening in Sandton and bring it here in the township? Why can't we bring those speakers that are speaking in Sandton right here in the township? And we've been traveling. Last week we're in Limpopo. We're still going to travel to more provinces. So this is not about Bulelani or myself or the speakers. This is for you. It's your platform. You're an entrepreneur. You're looking for information. You want to grow. You want to develop. Let tea be your home. Let tea be your family. Follow tea on the social media platform so you can get all the information. We want to see entrepreneurs grow. Our biggest dream and wish for tea is to have entrepreneurs like you come on stage and share your story and share your business and share how you're making millions. Not to always be having other people that are not even doing business in the township and they're coming to tell you how to run your business. This is your stage. This is your platform. So make use of it and enjoy your afternoon, morning. Thank you.
There is one thing that I'm not yet happy about. It's the round of applause. I'm not sure. I'm not sure. Hey, please, can we celebrate? Let's have that spirit of celebration. Thank you so much, Sbu, for that welcome and the purpose of the event. Like he said, this is a platform for us to connect, right? So we're not just connecting meaninglessly or without purpose. But the purpose of the connection is so that one day We can meet each other somewhere at some other event, or one day we can refer each other's businesses to someone out there. So what I want you to do now is tell the person on either side of you what you're all about. So, Kwanamang, do you have a business? Are you thinking about having a business? And just give them a 1-minute pitch of your business. Your time starts now. You don't have to stand, just the people at your table or somebody that's very close to you. And then while they are doing that, I want you to think about what you're saying. So how are you positioning yourself? How are you positioning your business? So we also have some of our social connections. Somebody who's joining us on the Facebook live stream, Uzile Mhlahlo, says, "Good morning, ladies. Excited for this session, celebrating women in business. Whoop, whoop." Sipho says, "Good morning. Praise the Lord for his faithfulness in our lives." Yes, Sipho, indeed, we are praising the Lord. Tell us where you're from if you're joining us on the YouTube live stream or on Facebook. We'd really love to know who you are, what your business is about. So right now, people are telling each other about their businesses. Maybe you can also drop your business a mention on the social pages. Okay, I'm hearing voices start to subside a little bit. Let me get your attention again. So, are you impressed? Are you impressed with what you heard? Do you think the pitch is good enough? All right, let me get everyone's attention. So now we're going to do something very exciting. And that is a live pitching competition. Okay? So this is how it's going to work. Let me have your attention, ladies. I'll give you more time. There's going to be ample time. Don't worry. Don't worry. I'm glad that the conversations have started. So now we're going to do a live pitching competition. Are you guys excited? You're not neighbors. Are you neighbors? A little bit. So this is how it's going to work. We have randomly selected 5 individuals to pitch their businesses. So just like you've been doing now at your tables, telling each other about your business, ukuthi wena udume ngani, wenzani, what did you do, what inspired you, that's exactly what is going to happen during this pitching contest. I'm going to call 5 people to the stage, and I'd like them to stand next to me. Okay? When your name is called, ngicela ungatatazeli. Khupela, please, don't be here. Must be confident. And what you're going to do, this is how it's going to work. You have 1 minute and 30 seconds maximum. I'm actually going to use my timer on my phone to beep you off. It's like Dragon's Den. You just come, you tell us your story, and you must be confident, and the timer will go off, and that's your signal that your time has run out. So I want everybody in the room who is not pitching to wear their investor hat. What do I mean by this? We are not going to be listening to these pitches as just merely people. We are listening as potential investors. This is also encouragement for the people that are pitching. Consider this audience here today as potential investors. An investor is not necessarily somebody that's going to inject physical hard cash money into your business, but they could be a partner in your business. They could refer you to somebody who could sponsor you. They could be a resource in more ways than one. So I want you to think about this as an investor business person exchange. So you actually, when you're coming here, you are talking to investors. You are engaging with the people. And I want you to tell them what your business is about in 1 minute and 30 seconds. So these are the 4 criteria that we'll be using to judge them. Are you listening? Please, if you have a note, just write them down. The first criteria: did we understand their product or service? Everybody needs to listen carefully because your name might be called. You might be the one pitching. So, investors, did we understand their product or service? All right? The second item: did they state who their target audience is? Listen, akusizi ukuthi usitshele about how amazing your business is and your ambitions, but we don't know who's the target, who's meant to receive this amazing service or product offering. So secondly, did we understand or did they mention their target audience? Third, did they state their USP? Now I know people love using acronyms in business and I hate that. USP is unique selling proposition. So above all else, they told us about their business, we heard everything, but what makes them stand out? What gives them that, that thing? What gives their business the edge? That's what we're looking for. So you could all be, maybe all 5 entrepreneurs are selling cleaning services. I'm just making an example. Or they're providing cleaning services. That's at the top of my mind. If all of them are in the cleaning services industry, what gives each business that uniqueness that just makes you want to be like, Amara, that's the one I want to support? So that's the third one. The fourth one: did they state what they need? So sometimes we come onto platforms, we pitch our businesses, but you don't actually state what your need is. Are you in need of financing? Are you in need of a thinking partner? Are you in need of strategic assistance with your growth? Are you in need of social media and marketing help? Are you in need of what do you want from this? Did we get the 4 criteria? Are we ready? Investors, are we ready? Can I get a yes? But you are not all investors because we have pitchers. So I'm announcing our pitchers now. I hope they're ready. So, can they please come and stand next to me? We've got Dimakatso Tlame. And as they stand, Arba Shapele Matso Hakir, Reba Khotat. Dimakatso. Hey, what must happen? Oh, she's here! Yes, queen, yes! So you can just stand next to me. You can just stand beside me. And then we've got Khotatso Ramokgopa. Yes! She was ready. I saw the way she was looking at me. I'm like, you were. Valentine Rakobela. Yes! Amara matsogo alina. Ngathi nikhathele or nithukile. Guys, clap like an investor, man. Kubone investor ihlapha kanjani izandla. You must own it. Please. Matlhatsi Silabe. Tlhatsi. Is she here? She's not here. Oh, is she coming? Oh, woo! Yes, queen. And then we've got Natasha Matthews. Natasha? Hey, girl. Matsoho. So you can stand next to me. And And I'd like to encourage everybody that's joining us on the live stream. You have a business, you have some great ideas that you want to establish. Share with us in the chat function. Let us know. Give us your 1-minute pitch in the chat function. You can also rate our pitches based on the 4 criteria that I shared in the various chat facilities. So, ladies and gentlemen, the winner of this pitching contest will win a number of things. First up, they will win a tea cap and shirt. I saw one of the tea, yes, just like Evans here, tea cap and shirt. They'll win a book by Alan Reyes titled What to Do When You Want to Give Up. They'll win an awesome DVD by Palesa Maleka, the motivational speaker. And then I'm also providing a 2-hour business communication coaching session to the winner. And this is called, it's called How to Deliver a Killer Pitch Without Dying. Because you know, when you're about to pitch, you're like, oh, Shona. So ladies, are you ready? Not really. Okay, this is what we're going to do to encourage them. I want everyone to stand up. Ne? And this is what I teach in my classes as well. Whenever you step into a moment and you feel like the knees are shaking and the palms are sweaty and your voice is crackling, you simply find the nearest mirror, endlini, or wherever you are. Okay? It can be at the business conference facility, wherever you are, find a mirror. Okay? If you don't have a mirror, use your phone. Okay? And then you stand to attention. Ume ngati like uyazmisela so. Nkaka limponi pila. Like ume ngokuzmisela man. Uzmisele. Where are my shades? If I had shades, I would wear them. You stand to attention the way you stand when you're wearing shades. You know how invincible you feel when you're wearing shades, ne? Oh, girl! Like, guys, my friend keeps coming through for me. Thanks, girl. So this is how you do it. Uyaibona musne? Yeah. Make no mistake. You stand in front of that mirror. So I want you, try as much as possible to keep the social distancing, but use the person next to you as your mirror. Use them as your mirror. So ladies, use each other as a mirror. If you don't have a mirror, come to me. I'll be your mirror. Okay? And you look into the mirror with your power pose and you say, I am bold. There's no way. Boldness, how are your boldness? I am bold. I am bold. I am bold. I am courageous. I am unique. I am intelligent. I am victorious and overcoming. I am brave. I am creative. I can do this. I've got this. I can pitch this. I'm going to slay this. Man. And then you give yourself a round of applause. I wanna. Please take your seat. Ladies and gents, let this not be taken as a joke. This is actually principles that I found also in the Word of God. I recite Psalms 91 time and again. Recite it to yourself. These are called affirmations and positive declarations. As a man thinketh, so is he. So even if you walk into that boardroom feeling like, I don't better today, but you just speak it. I am bold. I am courageous. I am victorious and overcoming in every area of my life. I've got this. I'm going to slay this. I'm going to pitch this. I'm going to do it. They are about to show us. So who's going first? Okay. All right. So we've got the mic. We're going to sanitize the mic each time. So I'd like you to, whenever you pitch, just stand so that the 2 cameras can capture you, and then take off your mask. You're welcome to take off your mask when you're pitching. Keskatsira anyone, So Actually, I don't mind moving to give you ladies space. When you're done with the mic, just hand it back to Evans to sanitize, then we move on to the next one. Investors, are you ready? Yes. Are you ready? Yes. Okay. Our first pitch is? Okay.
Good morning, investors. Are you ready for me?
Okay.
So I'm in network marketing under a global company. What we do is a lifestyle business. So our target market is basically everyone, because everyone does lifestyle. So we're dealing with day-to-day products like your toiletries, supplements, cleaning stuff, and all that. So you are able to turn your monthly expenses and turn them into an income. You know, by buying these products, using them yourself, unlike going to traditional stores and leaving your money there, they give you a rewards card, but then they say to you, to claim the rewards card, you must come back and buy from them. But with this company, you are able to then, once you've accumulated the points, the money gets paid into your account, then you can do life with the money. So hence I'm saying it's for everybody because it's a lifestyle. So what it does also, it gives international travel to those who qualify. We are partner of a big company that offers hospitality, so that also comes with a 30% discount whenever you book at their resorts. So I can be reached on all social media handles as Dimakatso Tlame. Everywhere you'll find me as Dimakatso Tlame, and thank you so much.
Thanks, girl. Next up. Who's next? I'm going to call you up. Let's get Khotato.
I wanted to be last.
Okay.
Oh. Okay. Hi, ladies. My name is Khotato. I'm working for a company called Marsh. We are risk specialists. So what we do is we look at a company's total cost of risk. This can be your people risk, your operational risk, your strategies. If you want to grow and you don't know how to grow, that's what we do. We have industry specialists, whether you're in retail, construction, manufacturing, whichever industry you're in, we are specialists that can look at your total cost of risk in your industry. And that's actually our unique selling point because we don't discriminate. You can be a small business, you can be a corporate, and you can be a retailer. And then what happens is when you're small is, because we work with people who are bigger, you can be able to benchmark yourself and see how you can actually get there. So that's what we basically do, risk management. And trust me, people think risk is not just like insurance or so forth, and there's more to it. And on the point of insurance, people are always happy with who they have until they claim. So we help you look at your portfolio, whether it's right or not, pertaining to your business, and see how we can help you mitigate costs if there's a need. So that's basically what I do, and that's Khotato. Thank you.
Oh, ladies, another thing, please don't leave. So, Dimakatso, I asked you to leave. Just stay on the stage or about close by. Yeah. Okay. Next up, we've got Valentine.
Hi, everybody. My name is Valentine Rakobela, and I'm the co-owner of All Things Everything. We are a clothing company, and clothing, accessories, bedding, whatever you need, we have it. So what I need, we're currently facing a challenge with our marketing, because there's a lot of people who are actually selling online. So we just want to be different. So that's our struggle at the moment. We just want to be out there and be different and give people a different perspective of online clothing or online shopping. The other thing is we are targeting everybody, both female, male, children. That's our target audience. And yeah, our only struggle is marketing and getting the word out there. Thank you. Our social media handle is at All Things Everything. It's on Facebook and Instagram. And my cell phone number where you can view me is 067-968-0922. Thank you.
Matlhatsi.
Hello, ladies and gentlemen. Ka lebitso ke Mahlatsi, and I am a co-founder of I Rise Women Empowerment, which we deal with helping people. We also have what do you call this? Events like this, where we encourage people, we teach people on how to be out there. We are also on social media. It is I Rise Women Empowerment. We are on Facebook. We are also on Instagram, sorry. And what we do, we also collect sanitary pads and we distribute to kids that don't have, with parents that cannot afford to buy sanitary pads for their kids. And I personally also give out clothes that I no longer use. So if you want to give out, you can contact us on our social media, then we'll come to you and collect whatever that you want to give out. Thank you.
Last but not least.
Morning, everyone. My name is Natasha Matthews. I run a virtual assistant business called Muski Black Management and Consulting. What we do is deal with virtual assistant in office administration in a whole, graphic designing and web designing. Our target market is mostly small businesses or startups that don't have and the money for month-to-month operational costs, so you can pay when you need to do things. So the office administration basically deals with your bookkeeping, or if you need invoicing, company profile, business plan, and whatever graphic designing your company needs, or designing your website. So that's what we deal with. Our social media handle for Instagram is Muski_Black, and for Facebook, it's Muski Black Management and Consulting. Thank you.
Fantastic. Kopale ba shapeling one more round of applause. So the reason I asked them to stay on the stage is so that you can make note of their faces. We're going to announce the winners after our first speaker. So please take mental notes, remember who they are, and then after our first speaker, we'll call you up again and do the voting. Investors, are you happy? Are you happy? Thank you, ladies. You may take your seats. All right, moving along with our program. So our first official speaker for the day, I actually listened to a talk of hers when she was presenting at Join Us for Tea in Seshego. And she said something very interesting about the power of LinkedIn. A lot of people don't consider LinkedIn in their social media and marketing and selling strategies, but she swears by LinkedIn. She says this is actually a platform where she got one of her big business deals. So please make a note of that. Her name is Tshego Kekana, and she is the founder and managing director of Alfa Communications, which is a pan-African integrated brand agency. She's got 10 years of PR and strategic comms experience. She's passionate about building brands, she's passionate about women, and she's passionate about African empowerment. Can I just get a sanitized mic for her? And can I just get a nice picture of her before she starts speaking? Yeah, you can just stand here. How are you? You look great.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Tshego Kekana. I am the founder and managing director of Alpha Destiny Communications. Oh, let me stand here, because yeah, I thought it was a Q&A, so I'm a bit nervous, and I always get nervous when I have to speak. But it's fine. We will do what we need to do. Firstly, thank you so much for coming through this morning and braving this cold weather. It was so cold this morning. It was so cold this morning. So my morning started quite challenging with a car breaking down and coming here late. But God always makes things happen. And I am here. And I hope whatever it is that I'm going to share with you guys, my journey will impact anyone in here. I hope it does. So I run a company called Alpha Destiny Communications. I have about 11 years experience in the PR and communication space. It is an industry I'm very passionate about, extremely passionate about. I think it also goes with your personality because you have to work with people all the time. And if you're not a people's person, you're not going to cope in our industry. So I started my business in 2016, but I've always been an entrepreneur. I believe I was born with the entrepreneurial mindset. Starting from a very young age, I used to, in high school, I used to do events on the side, you know, and I used to challenge my teachers and our HODs at school in Pretoria, Hore. But Loreto High School, they do this. Other schools, they do these events. Why can't we do these events? And I would be proactive in approaching them so that we can organize events. So it has always been a passion organizing events. And when I went to study, I wanted to study a course that has events in it, but is also broad. And I found PR, public relations, and I studied public relations. My entrepreneurial journey started when I was very young. And as you grow and develop, you kind of figure yourself out in life as to who you are and what it is that you want. As I grew, I've made so many mistakes. I failed so many times, too many times. I've been fired before, and that's what I didn't mention in the previous speaking engagement. I failed. Let me start with my first failure. I was failing grade 11. And you know when you're failing, has anybody failed in school? High school, primary? Okay. And it's not nice to fail in school because people bully you, people make fun of you. It's not a nice thing. I failed grade 11, and I failed grade 11 not because I was stupid. I failed grade 11 because I started working and doing events while I was at that age, while I was that young. And what that did to me, it actually gave me this thing to say, you have to go back and you have to continue. You have to actually pass. And then you can go back to do the things that you want to do this entrepreneurial journey that you're on. And I went back. I did my matric. I did not go to a matric dance at all. I saw everybody going to a matric dance and getting ready. I was not interested. I wanted to pass. I wanted to get it over and done with so that I can pursue my dreams and goals. So, and also my father was somebody that was very strict and who was not happy with the fact that I had failed. It was my first failure. Nonetheless, I did pass with a distinction in English. And you know, moved on to study what I studied, which was public relations. And, you know, my second, I wouldn't say it was a failure, but I got fired at a point where it was a very tough time in my career, I would say, because my boss at the time fired me because of my personality. Because I can't explain it. There's no other explanation for me. I was very outspoken. I'm the kind of person that speaks in the boardroom with clients. It doesn't matter who you are. You know, if I were to sit with the president of South Africa, I'll speak out. And speaking out in the boardroom became so prominent for me. And I got fired for it, but it never stopped me from doing it, you know. Nonetheless, my journey is a journey of resilience because in everything that I was doing in my life and in my career, I've always known that the long-term vision and goal is to run my own business. And running a PR business for me was the first point of call, because what PR does, let me start with saying, what is PR, public relations? Public relations is a function in your business that allows you to communicate effectively with your target audience. And you communicate via different forms, channels, communication channels, be it media, be it social media, be it events like this, what the MC is doing, that's part of PR. So it's different ways where you communicate with your target audience. It helps with reputation management, how you maintain the reputation of your business and your brand, which is very important because your brand is not your logo. Your brand is not your logo. Your brand is not your logo. Your brand is your story. Your brand is how people perceive your business. So how your business makes me feel, the service that I got from your people, the service that I got from you, your products, the quality of your products, your quality of your service, the professionalism, everything around your brand, the way you look, the way they look, the people by hang out, they're all wearing black, professional. That is the brand. They are the brand. The logo is not the brand. How the place looks when it's clean, that is the brand. Because when people leave here, they would say, na ngasitholeke ja go hang out because dijo tsa ka ne di se right, the waiter did unruhile or whatever. That is the brand, right? Okay. So now understanding and communicating your brand to your people becomes very, very crucial and very important, right? And also, it's something that you are going to probably fail on it numerous times and make mistakes while you're growing your business, and that's okay. Allow yourself to do those things as you build your brand and build your business, because your vision for your business will change. Probably your brand will change, right? Your logo may not change, but your brand messaging and everything that impacts your brand will change. You can change the colors, your corporate identity, you can change your team, you can change your uniform, you can change the branding of your products. Those things will change, and it's allow them to change because change is inevitable. But don't change the story. Don't change the vision. You should never change your vision. Allow your vision to amplify your vision, evolve your vision, but stick to what your vision is. My vision has been Africa. Since I started Alpha Destiny Communications in 2016, my vision was supporting small businesses, but 5 minutes, okay. I was supporting small businesses, but also my vision was to take business brands in South Africa into the broader African perspective and allowing or helping brands, especially small business brands, to be seen globally and continentally. Then that vision changed into a vision of Africa. How do we tap into the African market as South African businesses? As African businesses, how do we tap into the international market? Because believe it or not, there are so many great entrepreneurs. I'm a part of a program called African Women Entrepreneurship Consortium. And this is a consortium of 200 entrepreneurs that was selected out of 5,000 applications. And I was fortunate or blessed to be part of the 200. Now these women, I think in South Africa there's 3 of us in the 200. These women are farmers. These women do agro-processing. These women are tech entrepreneurs. These women are innovators. These women produce yogurt from the root. And these are businesses that are in Africa. But the problem with businesses in Africa is that we do not PR our businesses quite well. And that's why the global market will always excel more than us, because either we are copying them and we are not selling ourselves the way we should sell ourselves. So I want to leave you guys with this. I would love to go on and on and on because I'm passionate about this topic. I want to, okay, Bulelani says I can go on. All right. So, we're going to do questions. Okay. Okay, no problem. So, what I want to say is that when you look at your business, guys, I know money is a factor. It is a factor, I know that. We talk about access to capital, we talk about access to marketing, we talk about access to networks. Yes, those are factors. Those are challenges that we experience as entrepreneurs. But what I can tell you is that now, the time has not been any more easier than now to sell your business and to market your business. Why? Because we now have social media. And using your social media well is so important. You need to separate yourself as a personal brand to your business. And you allow your business to have its own brand, to have its own voice, to have its own identity. Yes, you can be the owner. You can be the founder. No one is going to take that away from you. But if you are running a business called The Hangout, let The Hangout speak for itself. Yes, it is. I think co-founded. I'm not sure, but one of the owners is a popular person. But it doesn't mean that because he is popular as an individual, that his brand, The Hangout, will be popular. You get that? So you need to do the work in putting your brand out there and marketing your brand to a point where it sells itself with or without you. It may take time, and it's fine. Take time in building it. But it has to get to a point where it sells itself with or without you. I want to get to a point where people think, when people say the name Alpha Destiny, they already know what Alpha Destiny does without having to associate it with me. I want to get to, I'm not there yet, but I want to get to the point, and it's not impossible, it's possible. There's nothing that's impossible. The other thing about money that I want to point out, if you have a way of getting 500 rands or 200 rands to go out and get yourself a cup of coffee and lunch with a friend, you can invest in your business. You've got money to invest in your business. If you have time and money to go and do your hair, your nails, you've got money to invest in your business. There is no such thing as no capital. Guys, money is there. You have to attract it. It's there. It's there. Use whatever sense you have. Use whatever that you have to build and invest in your business. Sometimes you have to sacrifice certain things, and that's okay. But there's no such thing as there is no money. There is no such thing as there is no money. Money is there. You just need to know how to utilize it so that it can benefit your business. Access to marketing. Valentine said our challenge is marketing. No, your challenge is not marketing. Your challenge is getting the right knowledge in order to market your business. The marketing platforms are there. They are there. It's just about going out there and post. Irritate people, it's fine. Irritate them, guys. Post 3-4 times a day to a point where people get irritated. Because when people get irritated, it means they are watching. They are watching. When they are hating, they are watching. They are watching. So post, continue to post. Continue to post and irritate the living hell out of us. You are pushing your brand, you are pushing your business, and nobody is going to stop you. Absolutely nobody is going to stop you. And people will hate, let them hate. Let them hate, it's okay. Because when they hate, it's not on you, it's on them. You continue posting. I love Makadzi. I love Makadzi. I was talking about Makadzi the other day. I love Makadzi. So many people are hating on Makadzi. So many people are hating on her. How she looks, her age, whatever. Guys, Makadzi is continuing. She's flourishing. She's soaring. And she's going to make so much money. And she's going to grow beyond the borders of South Africa because she's consistent. And that's what you need to do. Be consistent. Invest in your brand with whatever you have. Ask family, friends, whatever, Adima, where you can borrow, but invest in your brand. Be consistent in your brand, in advertising your brand. Invest in your brand, and do not ever give up. It's going to be hard, very, very, very hard, extremely hard. You'll have days where you just want to give up. If you're not working a job like me, and your business is your full-time job, there will be times where you're just going to say, if this. There will be those times. Guys, entrepreneurship is not sexy. There is nothing sexy about entrepreneurship. There's nothing fancy about entrepreneurship. It is hard work. It is hard work. But I want to leave you with this, my MC. I'm wrapping up. It's 3 things. Be consistent in advertising your brand. Use what you have to advertise your brand. Number 2, invest in your brand. Investing, it's not just time, it's not just money, but it's time as well. Put in the time. I forgot to say this, let go of TV. It's not gonna serve you. Let go of TV, let it go. It's okay. Let go of your favorite TV shows, it's okay. It's not gonna serve you. Invest in time in building your business. Invest in money in building your business. Attend events like this as much as you can. As much as you can. And then number 3, what was number 3 again? Do not give up. Whatever you do, do not give up. I live by the mantra, do it broke, do it scared, do it when you don't understand, but whatever it takes, do it anyway. Thank you.
Round of applause, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you so much. You can keep it on you, because we're going to do the questions now. Can you stay for that? Ooh, okay, just be safe. You can stay here. Yeah. So we're going to do questions and answers. Does anybody have a question? Please ask. This is a divine opportunity. It's really divine. Any questions? Okay, I'll start. Oh, okay, Tuli has a question. Kopa sanitize.
Good morning. Thank you for sharing your story. I think it's quite inspiring. So you speak about separating your brand from yourself, and I totally agree with that. But I think a recent thing on Twitter came about where a particular founder of a brand was speaking through her handle, right? So how do you, because I mean, obviously people want to know the face behind the brand, but how can, because I think you can effectively still use yourself as the brand. Is that a bad thing, 1? But 2, how do you start off by selling yourself as the brand without compromising the brand?
Okay. So, I want to make an example, and I don't want to mention names, but let me, I want to give you a scenario that will help answer that question. Recently, there was a particular lady who launched a bank. You know this, okay. Okay, cool. All right, so now the problem with that is that there is nothing wrong with you associating yourself with the brand. It's your brand, right? And in the earlier stages, maybe, especially if you have built your own brand over the years. So like in my case, I've built my brand unintentionally as a PR person, right? So when I started my business, people then linked, oh, Alpha Destiny, it's PR, Tshego is PR, and it's one of the same thing. So now, the work that I'm doing is trying to step back from being the face to the brand being its own face, right? But you're still at the back. So you are the brand. That will never change, because every time you speak, every time this particular lady speaks, they associate her with the brand. she is speaking on behalf of the brand. And now the problem with a brand like hers, which is a very big brand, right? The problem with that is that she's not giving other people opportunity to speak on behalf of the brand. When you're running a business, you're not alone. Chances are you're not alone. Not when you're starting up, when you're running, when you're operational. You've got a team, right? Allow your team to speak as well on behalf of the brand. If you are at a point where the brand is big enough, get a spokesperson within your company who can speak on behalf of your brand. That's how you'd start separating yourself from the brand. So don't let it be your own voice all the time. No. Showcase that actually this is a business with a team and let other voices come up. So is it a bad thing? No, it's not a bad thing. It just takes time for you to separate yourself from the brand. But eventually, the brand needs to stand on its own. Steve Jobs' Apple still remains Apple. It has its own voice. It has its own CEOs and whatnot. But Steve Jobs will always be known as the founder of Apple.
Can I then ask people what? Sorry. It's like, what? Can I ask people what they're having for breakfast using my brand? That's what, like, because that was the big issue, right? Like, I know this brand to be a reputable brand, but I'm almost making friends with my followers on social media so as to, I don't know, maybe understand them better. So what are the do's and don'ts for a brand? So I'm not asking people for what they're watching on Friday nights on Netflix the one time, then the one time I'm asking them for money, then the one time I'm telling them about my event.
Okay, I get it. When it's about business, take it to business pages. Ask people whatever it is that you want them on the business page. When it's about your personal things, do it on your personal page. So don't try not to crisscross the two, but also know that the two are linked. So it's blurred lines, but you must just try and not do too much of your business on your personal, and try not to do too much of your personal on your business. Does that make sense? Okay.
Hi, Tshego. Ladies and gentlemen, my name is David. I have a question for you, Tshego. I'm not sure if it's on behalf of the so-called small businesses like myself, SMEs, small and medium enterprises. But from personal experience, as Black community, we get to a point where re lack something that is called networking or connection. Each and every business, when it starts, whether it's small or big, but there's something that is called a working capital. And the first few ladies that were on the stage, when I listened to them, I picked up something that is called money. Money, it's my middle name. And for you, I'm not sure if I should say you are there or you're almost there or you are getting there with Alpha Destiny Communication. But the challenges that most of us are facing, it's finance. So from your experience with Alpha Destiny Communication, those smaller, or should I say, challenges when it comes to a working capital, what advice would you give to someone that is trying to grow Mokasi? They want to promote their brand, they need to build their brand, but the problem that they're having, it's a working capital. What advice or a tip would you give to someone like that? Where can we go to be able to get such help or assistance? Thank you.
Okay, so thank you for that question. So earlier on I mentioned that if you have 50 rands, if koto ke 50 rand, then you have money to invest in your business. So you don't have to, I think the point I was trying to make is that you don't have to wait for capital. You don't have to wait for it. You can get it at any time. You can save 10 Rand every day. Money is there. What I did for me is when I started my business, I was working full-time. I had a full-time job. So my salary financed my business. So I would save from my salary and finance my business. So I would use, take it to 1,000, I would then invest in a website. That's what I did. I also invested in Google My Business, and I invested in things like buying a domain, you know, which is like 90 rands or something. Getting a good graphic designer to do your logo, you know. So it's those little things that you can start with the small money that you have, you know, to start running your business. But I wouldn't say wait, you know, because you're gonna wait until when? You're not gonna get 5,000 tomorrow, but you can use the 100 and the 50 and the 20 that you have now to start. So to answer your question, David, if I were to advise a person, Wamokasi, who probably doesn't have a full-time job, who is hustling, I would say find the resources to make money. Wash cars, make those little cents and start.
Hey Tshego. Well, now I get a question. Mara ke a kgopela ke a ingenya mo wena. Ke graduated 2018 ka public relation. Mara since from then I get opportunities. So ke kgopela mo wena, it can be voluntary, any job, anything etlo ndirang ke pursue career ke a PR. Ke a kgopela.
But I'm going to advise you, ne? I'll take your numbers after this. Mara ke tlo advise. Hore. You don't have to wait for an opportunity. You can come to you can come hang out though. Or look, can I try and just help out with no pay? You don't have to get paid. So you can volunteer anyway at an orphanage home. You can volunteer. Just keep yourself busy. I wouldn't advise you on high and not do anything. I also started that way. My first job was at Kalawa, and I worked for 3 months with no pay. No pay. So sometimes you must just stand up and go out there and come here and ask her, can I wait at tables or whatever, because you'll never know who you're going to meet. You'll never know who you are going to meet and who will give you your job. You won't know. So don't sit and wait. Get up and just find something. But we'll talk.
Nice one. Thank you. Thank you so much for your time, for making the effort, especially after the difficult morning that you had. Thank you so much, and God bless you. So, are you staying or are you leaving in case people have questions?
I'm still here.
You're still here. That's great. And then where can we find you online?
Oh, yes. I'm not even advertising myself. Okay, so my name is Tshego Kekana. On all social media platforms, you can follow me, Tshego Kekana. You can DM me, I do respond. And then my company name is Alfa Destiny Communications. Alpha, ALFA, Destiny Communications. On all social media, follow.
That's great. Thank you so much, Osiaka. God bless you. So I'd like to hand you over to Mr. Mulimi, who will be interviewing you, Kamontle. So, Mr. Mulimi, just join him outside. Once again, a round of applause. Ay! Listen, disappointer, but I'll just have to accept. So, to our online streamers, pop us your questions. We want to engage with you. Please, let us know what you think of the event. Let us know if you have any questions, and let's get the conversation going. On Twitter and the socials, it's #JoinUsForTea. Our next speaker, it's all about creativity. Tell your neighbor, Oti, creativity. Own your creativity. Own your creativity. So her name is Nomonde Fihla Ngema, and she's a professional artist and director of Artgini.com. Did I say that right? Artgini.com. And it's a visual art gallery. And in 2019, she achieved a certificate in discovering history through artworks at Harvard. Now get this. Last year, she was selected out of 2,000 international applicants to take part in an international artist in residency at a place called Château d'Orquevaux in France, Paris. So she's a well-traveled lady, this one. Let's give her a warm welcome as she tells us more about owning your creativity. You can. Yeah, you can. Cool, that's better.
Hi, ladies and gentlemen. With all due respect, I'm just going to sit down so that I'm not too nervous, then I'm collapsing here. So I'm more comfortable when I'm sitting down. Okay, so my name is Nomonde Fihla. I married into the Zulu clan, the Ngemas. And I live here in Midrand as well. And yeah, I'm also part of Ward 112. So I'm not so good at speaking. I'm a creative, so I'm more of a doer than a speaker. So I'll try my best. Okay, so I moved from Pietermaritzburg to go and stay in the Kingdom of Eswatini when I was 6 years old to live with my granny. My granny, who was a dressmaker. All right, so I did primary school there, and I also did my high school, and then I moved. So I'm in the creative space, and I've got so much to say, so I think I'll just try and structure it properly so then you can understand. As a creative, I knew that, you know, I love art and all of that stuff. Because for me, it started when I was still living in Pietermaritzburg with my mom and dad. And my dad was such a creative, so he had like a drawing book. And with his drawing book, there was this one rose that I liked so much. So every time when I was 3 years old, I'd just keep imitating that rose. And I tried it over and over and over until I got it right when I was only 3 years old. And that's when I just started loving to draw and to paint, you know. And then from there, all I ever did at school was listen and just, every time the teacher is talking, I'm just drawing. You know, like even in the bathrooms where you find so-and-so was here. I was that girl with drawing by the bathrooms, drawing the desks. So everywhere I'm just drawing, you know. And then I started thinking when I was in primary school in a Kingdom of Eswatini, how do I make money out of art? So I had a drawing book with everything, a CD cover. So other people had song books, I had a drawing book. So I would draw like the cover of the CDs in every page, and then it's fashion. And then I'd rent out my drawing book to the students. So they'd pay me R1 for a day, which was a lot back then. And that's how I used to make my pocket money. And then from there, I started having a fashion art book. So because my granny is a dressmaker, I would rent out the fashion art book to students for them to get inspiration for what they're going to wear for prom. So I'd rent that out, and then they'd pay me for renting out the book, and then they would select whatever they want, and then I'd go home and design it with my granny, and then we sell it. So I was always hustling. And in between break time, other kids are playing, I'm already doing hair, fast. So everything is around my hands. I see things, I imitate, I create. And I always say, creatives are closer to God. So yeah, we are the weird ones. And okay, fast forward, and then growing up in that small country, you're limited to such a few things. You're a policewoman, you're a nurse, you know, it's just like a lawyer, it's just a few things. And I always felt like, there's more to this world. It cannot just be this, it cannot end here. And then I came back to South Africa, I studied marketing. Got to second year at TUT, I realized there's maths. I'm like, oh no, here we go again. I was very good at personal selling, but mere numbers, no thanks. So second year I got frustrated, and then I moved to Joburg. When I got to Joburg 17 years ago, I got here, I realized there was so much stuff to study in the creative world, and I went to AAA School of Advertising, and then I did desktop publishing, which is graphic design. I was so happy, I was so alive. And there's so much color. So now I'm just doing all these things, and then I got my first job. So now I was working, doing magazines for Mnet, NEF, BMF, designing logos, rebranding for Sanas. I don't know if you know Sanas, DTI. That logo, I created it. Yes. So just to mention a few, but I've done like a lot of work. Even when I'm driving on the highway, I'm like, that's my work, So I was so good at that. But then as time went on, I'm such a creative. Going to the office every day, I would literally change my desk every day, make it look colorful, because now I'm getting bored. And I love what I do, but it's just being at the office every day. Like, I'd feel so frustrated. And then I got bored, and I was like, no, man, I want to do more. I went to face-to-face beauty school, and I did diploma in makeup artistry and aesthetics. All right, now I'm happy again, I'm alive again. And so my graphic design, I still do it, and that's my job number one. Okay, registered company, I still do for small businesses. Company number two, now I'm a makeup artist. My company is called The Makeup Home. That's still running. Okay, I'm in there, and I'm doing so great. I'm the best student in class, and I'm just flourishing. I go to Gallagher Estate for professional beauty, and I'm doing body art. Yeah, so it's like a competition they have every year. It's nails, it's hair, it's makeup. So for makeup, it's body art, full body. I'm so alive in that moment. And I won that competition, so I had to go and represent South Africa in Hong Kong. Yeah, I don't do anything if I'm not gonna win. So now, I'm there and I'm doing my thing. Okay, come back. And then, after having kids, and my kids have grown now, I'm thinking, okay, you know what? My first love was painting and drawing. Now I'm ready. Now I have the money to... Oh, and also, I've done all the funding companies that are here in SA. I'm not going to mention, you know them. The ones where they say, please apply. I'm still applying even now. I've done my presentations. I've done the bigger dreams because I'm well-traveled. So I see things internationally. I'm like, we don't have this back home. And then I come back and I'm like, peach. And they're like, no, man, this is too big. I'm like, for who? We can do it, And you get judged because, first of all, you're a woman. Second, you're still young. At least now I'm growing and I'm older. But it's always like you cannot think that far. The least we can do for you, we can give you funding for a salon, butchery, a shisanyama. I'm like, no, but you can't put us in a box where we are only limited to doing just a few. I want to build a museum. I want to build a wax museum where we have all our statues and all of that stuff. We don't have it here in South Africa as a country. No, you can't have that. It's too much of a dream. It's too big. But anyways, okay, so I've done the fundings, guys, and yeah, just like what you said, that you need to start saving. So yeah, I love nice things, but I can't afford those things, so I just go for cheaper options and save money and invest in my business. So during that whole makeup job that I'm doing, I've done so many celebrities' makeup, and I always say I allow my work to do the talking. And I'm always in the background, in the shadow, and I'm like, it's like, you that girl? I'm like, yes, but no, let's focus on the work. So, I've had big clients like your Standard Bank, so I'm always behind the scenes shooting production and all of that stuff. And I was so blessed to get one of the BEE sponsorships from the clients that I work with to actually take girls to go and study what I studied under my company. And I took those girls to school, paid for their school fees. They also graduated with a diploma in makeup artistry. And then I took them under my wing, under the makeup home. So every time we have a big gig, we come as a beauty squad, an entourage of these amazing girls that are just like mini-me's. So every time I also get overbooked, I'll send them to go and do those jobs because they're just as good as me now. Okay, so those are one of the achievements also that I'm very proud of. And then moving forward now, I'm here now doing Artgini, which is company number 3. I think this is the last one now. I don't wanna do another company. So this is where it all started. I'm doing it now. I feel like I'm more relaxed now, and I have money to. It's a virtual art gallery. Why online? It's because, guys, it's tough being black and it's tough being a woman. I mean, this industry is mostly white dominated. So we do have a lot of black artists, but now we don't find space in these galleries because it's always like, who are you? What's your name? And who are you associated with? So, I mean, some of us, we're still trying, it's still new, we're still breaking into it. So because I'm so exposed to so many things now, I'm like, no, man, we don't need, and thanks to COVID, because now we started thinking out of the box. I'm like, no, man, I don't need to get a space and transform it into a gallery to promote art for people. Like, I'm done spending money on ideas and all of that stuff. But I said, no, I'm gonna do it online and then get all the artists' work and then do the gallery there, sell their art, and it's been amazing. Like, I'm so happy that I'm part of it. It's an interesting journey, and oh man, it's so refreshing also. So it's something that I'm still starting, but I know that it's gonna grow because, I mean, there's a gap in the market. And we don't need to be booking people's spaces now and beg people to display art. So what else? Yeah, so those are the 3 things that I do. And it's okay to do a lot of things, I guess, especially if you are passionate about it. So I dream in color. All my 3 businesses come down to a canvas. It can be a bare face. My job is to make you look beautiful and confident. It can be a bare canvas. My job is to fill it up with paint and make your house look very warm. It can be, what else? Yeah, anything with color, I'm there. And yeah, I always try and make my work do the talking because I feel like if people see your work sometimes, and I'm talking out of experience, if people see your work, they'd love it. But the minute you walk in and they see your face, and then it's all of a sudden it's about, you know, there's something wrong, but you loved it 2 minutes ago, but now you're putting a face to it, and then all of a sudden it's not too nice anymore. So, yeah, I just do that, guys. And please feel free to ask me questions.
Great, thank you so much. She's lovely. I just love her. Like, I just wanna, you know, be in your space. She's just amazing, and she's very warm. And I think I found another career for you. I know that you say that you're shy, but your voice is so rich. You could actually have like a radio gig. You know that? You've got this voice, man. Think about it. Thank you. You know, the investors are agreeing with me. So do we have any questions for Sis Nomonde? Yes? Okay, I've got one that I've noted here. Another question. Sensitizer. Oh, Okona, thank you.
Hello all.
Hi.
Hi Nomonde.
Hi, sis.
Mina lives at the Joella Mushamnyane. I have a jewelry manufacturing company. I specialize in bespoke diamond jewelry. Mina, you inspire me. yabona uyasho ukuthi you were coming up with ama pitch to ama funding companies wangapha, and none of them were successful, but then you still managed to be successful and go abroad. So Nami, that's what I'm about. Like coming from Ekasi, ngenza ichwelari. It's like introducing abantu to into a sonke siyazi kwasa nami before I went to school for jewelry manufacturing, bengazi ukuthi you want jewelry, you go to a jewelry shop, you buy a jewelry. But I never had leyo idea like ukuthi like imagine ahlala phansi a handmaker jewelry from granules. You understand? But I went for it. So ukuba sekasi kakhulu for mina, it's a challenge when it comes to indaba yokuthi you must teach people ngalento. I must teach people ngento ngefield engene kuyo, and it's white dominated nakhona. And you pitch to people, they look at you and they respond ngokuthi that's bigger than yourself, girl. Yin leyo for wena, yabo. And market yakho, are you going to be able ukuthi ube consistent ngayo yonke indlela opusha ngayo business yakho as a black girl from Ekasi? So ama social media handles wakho asiwathulanga or engawazwanga, but I'd like to further communicate with you ngezinto eziningi.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yes, thank you. Okay, it was not a question, eh? Yeah. Oh, okay. Okay. All right, so for those that are interested in art, you can find it on www.artgini, artgini.com. Yeah. And you'll find all these amazing black artists from all over Africa.
Hi, sis, how are you?
Good, thanks, and you?
Good. Okay, with me, outside my 9 to 5, I'm actually into fashion. But I realize what I'm not gifted in is the drawing part of it. Like, we can put things together, but it's almost like I have to sell with pictures, because I don't. Yes. So I think what I'm asking is, if you don't have that, if you don't have the ability to draw and put things together, like on a drawing, how would you go about it then? Like, what route should one actually consider? Because the sewing and pattern making, that's fine, but it's almost like I can't put it in a drawing.
Okay.
So I don't know how,
it's very easy. So you have it in your head.
Yeah.
And then you meet someone that can create, like sketch.
Okay.
So you transfer your vision to this person, and the person can make it possible. So it's you with your brains, and then it's the person that's sketching, and then it's you taking the sketch to the person that will make the comment.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Dineo, and I'm passionate about people who are living in their purpose. So I want to ask, how long did it take you for you to start living your purpose?
You mean,
Like,
when did I start feeling okay?
Yes. Like, at what point did you start walking in your purpose and having that assurance that this is what I'm called for?
The calling. So for me, it's always been there, and but now also remember, if you're creative, you're always broke. You're always broke. So it started with, okay, I can't afford this, I'll sew my own clothes. When I walk into a room, because image is everything, and you don't have money, but you still have to show up. I'm very good at showing up. I respect time. I'm very Nazi when it comes to time. And I've got my little obsessions with little things that don't matter to other people, but it has taken me so far, right? And I've done, because I'm so good at showing up, I'm always attending events like this, networking sessions. This is before I started being okay financially. So I'd attend all of these little things. I'm there. Like, I just show up. I never stop showing up. And I interact with people. And it's okay, even if I'm alone. Like, I date myself. I go and meet a group of ladies. Hi, I like your makeup. I like your earrings. From there, we are just friends. And it's always like, Yeah, so I started being okay when I started working, which was the graphic design job. And then, yeah, for me to go to the makeup school, for me to do 2 jobs, to have enough money to start buying my paints. And I converted my garage, so my car parks outside, so then I have a studio, an art studio in the garage. Yeah.
Sis Nomonde.
Aha.
I'm here.
Yes.
No, for me, I think you epitomize what is like black is beautiful, right? I'm in the transformation space, and often, like how she mentioned, you feel out of place in these spaces. Because first you mentioned that you're in art gallery, you're in body art. I mean, these are things that normally you don't find a lot of black women. So how did you end up feeling like you belong in that space and staying true to yourself without feeling like you wanted to assimilate? Because I asked this question because I really do believe that we need to start building our own brands, right? So I suppose you're trying to build one of the best art galleries that we've had online. But how do you fit into that space without assimilating?
Okay, I hope I answer what you're asking me. From my understanding, like my makeup gigs would make me travel. So I'm in New York shooting a movie, right? After shooting, I'm there in Chelsea looking at all these art studios and seeing how people move, how people do things. But I'm there doing makeup and shooting a movie, right? When I move to Hollywood, I'm still shooting. But once we wrap, I'm going for the art things. So I'm just researching. And I'm like, okay, I know our black people are so talented, all right? But we don't have, not that we don't have, we are closed not to be able to go in. Because if you go in, we'll win. We will just win, you know? So for me, it's like someone has to start, and I'm just starting, you know? And I'll groom other young creatives. So then if anything happens to me, I don't die with my vision. It continues with the next generation. And I'm part of that generation where we are starting all over again. You know, I mean, they sold us dreams that do this, you'll be this in life. And then 30 years later, you think, how come it's still not happening? You know, so we are the ones that have to sacrifice so then it's easier for the next generation. And I mean, you have Mom Esther Mahlangu. You know Mom Esther Mahlangu, the Umama Mandebele, right? Her life is not documented, okay? And it's like, we only see a bit of her, but we see a lot of her work, right? So I'm trying to change that. I'm trying to, because creatives just want to stay there in the little dark area and they don't want to be known, but I'm trying to change that with myself. I'm also trying to change it with the other kids. You know what? Let's not be shy with our talents. Let's just, be there. People must be able to access us anytime and use your social medias, use everything, you know. And I hope I answered you. Huh? Okay.
Hi, Nomonde.
Hi.
How are you?
Good, thanks.
Good. I'm glad that you spoke about Umam Esther. So my question is, so actually realized that with a lot of creatives, they actually struggle with formalizing their art or creative work, or even monetizing their artwork. Yeah. So how do you put a price on your art, and how do you get to formalize everything like Umam Esther, as you explained?
How do you put a price? First of all, you know for sure that art supplies are not cheap, all right? It's an expensive hobby. If you have a child who likes painting, please support it, but it's very expensive. You're gonna get frustrated and you're gonna say, this thing it won't help. No, it's expensive. And first of all, you know, you price your products, you know how much you're spending already, okay? And then it depends on the sizes as well. How big is your artwork? You know, because some people can actually have like the small ones, and then I do big ones. How much time do you spend on it? Are you using acrylic? Are you using oil? Oil dries after 3 to a month. 3 weeks to a month. And I always say that if you are not known as an artist, just charge your normal market price, which is like for a painting 90 by 60 centimeters, let's say 4,000. Let's start there, 4,000. And this is a one piece. Once you are known as an artist, that small 90 by 60 centimeters, you'll be selling it at 65,000 rands. I've got friends that are painters. Their paintings are selling at like 80,000 per art piece. Black people here in South Africa, and they are doing great things. You know what I mean? So, yeah, once you're known as a person, that's when the prices keep going higher, 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 higher. But yeah, you still find people that sell art pieces for 2 million rands. That easy. Yeah. Art is an investment. How do you formalize it? It starts by having a good phone. Yeah. Invest in a good phone, and then you start taking those beautiful, beautiful pictures, and you start posting, and you start making noise about it. Then people will know where to find you. But if uhlele ekhaya nje ucabanga ukuthi bamfu they'll come knocking at your door. No one will come knocking at your door. You have to take yourself to the people. Even if you have to walk around Eshisanyama with your painting, someone will buy it on the day. Okay. Yes, girl. Last one.
One more question. Please, are you staying or
I'll stay a bit.
Okay, you can ask a question afterwards, Nick.
Oh, okay. Thank you. It's actually a follow-up on Ntsako's question. In terms of, do you think there's a market for art in South Africa? And the reason I'm asking is because art is only seen as something that elite. Wow. Yes, it's a luxurious product to have. Yeah. It's a nice to have. Yeah. And you know, I applaud South African artists like Nelson Makamo with his recent Porsche collaboration, the Esther Mahlangu and BMW, and that is beautiful. But I also feel like it's them who are at the top who have already received global recognition. Yeah. What about our artists and creatives? Is there a market for them?
Yes, there is a market, and we just need to support each other for something to be amazing. If you can afford to buy yourself a Louis Vuitton bag, which is like 35,000 rands, then you can still buy a painting at 5,000 rand from your neighbor who paints. Because it takes one person to believe in what you believe. And when you buy an art piece from anyone, it can be someone who's making sneakers, anyone that creates, when you buy something from them, you're actually giving them more time in this earth for them to feel like they have a purpose. And we need to encourage our kids or our nieces and nephews that, you know what, you have a beautiful gift and I'm gonna help you and I'm gonna nurture it. Yeah, and then, yeah, we need to build each other. We need to support each other. You cannot say, oh, I saw an art piece from someone of a different race, and then, manje, you want to go and buy art piece as someone of a different race because it's going to give you street cred. Hey, vele when are you? You can buy it from your friend. If it's beautiful and you love it and it matches your decor in the house, just buy it, you know? But it's growing. It is going to grow. It's just that people are relearning what was already installed in our DNA.
Ladies and gentlemen, let's give it up for Nomonde Fihla Ngema. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
God bless you. Can we just get a picture? And while she's getting her picture taken, I'd like to introduce, let me move. Oh, no mic. Oh, do I have to? It would be nice. while she's getting her picture taken, my next speaker doesn't know it yet, ne? But she's going to be my bestie, or I'm going to be her bestie. Ne? She doesn't know it yet, and let me tell you why she's gonna love me, ne? Because I'm carrying this water. Hey, this lady likes telling us to drink water, but I hope after this talk she can see and be proud of me for drinking my water. And apart from that, she's just hot like a heater. I'm talking about Palesa Maleka, who is a clinical dietitian, and she has a private practice called Palesa Dietitian Nutrition Services. She's passionate about nutrition, health, and fitness, and I'm not going to take more of her shine. I'm just going to let her come up and tell us more about this health and wellness. And she's also going to tell you guys to drink water. So I hope you've ordered water. How's Palesa?
Dumelang, good morning. Hello, everybody. For those who don't know me, I got introduced, but I'm going to reintroduce myself. My name is Palesa Maleka, and like she said, I'm a dietitian by profession. I want to say my age, because I'll tell you guys why I'm saying that. I'm 27 years of age as I sit here today. So I'm going to talk a little bit about my history, just a little bit, and also why I'm sitting here today, right? I grew up in Davidson. The reason why I'm going to talk a little bit about my background is that I've got 3 words for you guys to take from me today. One is be fearless. And with my story, you will understand why this word is so important to me. Be courageous. You will understand why this word is important to me. And be true to who you are. That is 3 words that you need to, oh, and of course, please drink your water. Take that with you. I grew up in Davidson, Ekasi, but I'm originally from Limpopo. I don't know if there are anybody people around here. Hey. So let me continue with English. So I grew up with my grandmother. So my mom is physically disabled. She was born fine. But because parents back then didn't believe in vaccines, my mom didn't get a polio vaccine. At the age of 5, she was paralyzed. I think 6 years of her life, she was in hospital. I'm here today, obviously she made it. I mentioned that again because I think also I'll touch on COVID. Probably there's people that are very hesitant to take the vaccine. It works both ways, whether you're gonna make it or not. Take your chances, right? So my mom was one of the least fortunate people that got polio because they didn't get vaccinated. What polio does, I don't know if you guys are aware of that, is just that it paralyzes you. You cannot be able to work and you are physically disabled. Some it affects them mentally and all of that, but it only affected her physically, which means she couldn't walk for so many years. She still walks, but she can't walk from here to there. I was a wheelchair most of my life, right? Which was fun because she would like hold on to me, and that's where I get my strength from. I needed to hold my mom by hand. So there's nothing that can drop me down. If I can hold my own mother, I can hold myself because I never had somebody who can hold me. So my mom left home, and then I was left with my grandmother up until I was like in high school. No, in primary school, which was like in 2007. So my mom was staying in a home in Davidson. It's called Eletu Cheshire Home. I don't know if there's anybody who knows that here. So she moved from home for many, many years. Coming from the villages as somebody that is physically disabled, I don't think it's easy, right? It's much more easier in the townships or anywhere else. So she was quite rejected a lot at home. I learned something from her a lot, that in life, there are people that are not gonna like you, either because you're disabled, or or you know, you're beautiful, or you're this. Somebody's not gonna like you, but that's not your problem, right? It's their problem, let them deal with it. I got that from her, that she didn't let her obstacles, stop her from being who she was. I got that from her. I could have sat back and said, you know, my mom is disabled, kids tease me at school. I got that a lot, right? But then that's okay. When they used to stay, it's a home for people that are physically disabled only. Now, Kifeta skolo, you know, I'm like in primary school, I need to go to high school. Now I'm like, manje, I must go to high school, go Limpopo, go Khaya, go Mahayeng. No. I want to go to Davidson because I used to visit my mom and it used to be fun and vibrant. You know how Davidson is like Tembisa. Then when I wanted to move there with my mom, it was a one room, so they would leave. It's one little rest, you know, like when you stay at rest. So you sleep in like just one small room. And I would have to like sleep on the floor and she would sleep on the bed, obviously, because this is her, you know, place. And then they didn't want me to come stay there because obviously they have managers and people that own these homes. And they were like, no, you can't, there's no kids here and stuff. And that's when I learned to be a fighter because that's what I wanted. And I said, but now my mom is not speaking for me. No one is speaking for me. They're not understanding why I want to move. First of all, I wanted better education for myself. And I knew that the life I wanted for myself, here, Limpopo was not going to give me that, right? At least where I was. I had to write a motivation letter at that young age. So what's that thing? Oh, like Bona. So, right? But I fought, and then I wrote. And then when I went to visit at December, because we used to go there in December, and I just never came back. And you know, they finally was like, when I was supposed to leave, I cried, like, I'm not gonna leave. And, you know, got my cousin to go and register me, go school, like we did, and come back like, hey, kids, everyone's here, you know? And now I'm going to high school. And then they were like, okay, it's cool. So I stayed in a home for people that are physically disabled for 4 or 5 years, which was very hard for me, right? You can imagine you're the only child there. And I'm talking about some of them who can't even lift their leg. Some of them can't even talk properly. Some of them are being fed. And that was traumatic for me, right? Trauma as a child comes in different ways. The fact that I never really I had a mother, but I was more of a mother to my mom. That means a child in me is still seeking a mother somewhere, somehow, right? And today, yes, I will touch on mental health as well, because again, that is something I struggled with that made me realize that I still have a lot of childhood traumas that I need to deal with. But then again, that didn't stop me from me to reach where I want to go. Through the years, I stayed there for like 4 years, and I also just realized how privileged I was to just be able to stand up and walk. A lot of people can't do that. It's either you're involved in a car accident or you got shot, or you know, it's something that you were born with. So that alone is a privilege. I'm going to talk about gratitude and say, you know, every morning just thank God for the ability to see, the ability to hear. You take it for granted until it's taken away from you. Imagine waking up one day and they say you can't walk. Just imagine that, right? So that again, you just wake up and say, God, thank you. And it's something very simple, but it can also be taken away just like that in a minute. So from there, I'll fast forward. Went to high school, I was done. Now I'm done. I don't even know what I want to be, right? I always knew I wanted to be in the health because I did physical sciences and mathematics and all of that and school. So I always knew I needed to do very well at school because no one is there to pay for my fees. I didn't even know there was something like NSFAS back then, right? And which was like not a long time ago. And then they took me, go UP. I think I applied in September. By November, you know, they took me and all of that. What I'm trying to say is that I've had obstacles as a person, and I'm very young. I haven't achieved a lot of things that I want to achieve, but I am somewhere. I'm not where I was when I was back in Limpopo. I'm not where I was in 2019. So I went to school, I finished, I became a dietitian. I want to talk about something that is very important to me, that the reason why I have the practice that I have today. So in 2019, I did my ComServe at a hospital in Kozola, Kosoweto. I said to myself, I don't want to work for government. They took me there. They're like, oh, itla utlobaraka kopara. And I was like, no, I don't want to work for the government. Now, I left ComServe. I don't have experience. I've got nothing. And I was like, I've got the ability for me to open my practices because it's in me. I'm not going to go to work at 7, kichaiseka 4. I've got a lot of dreams, right? I want to have my own companies in which I've opened some others and a whole lot of that. But this has always been something that I've struggled with my weight for so many years. So I was like, I want to help. When I wanted a dietitian, there was no black dietitian. I was just like, what do you guys mean there's no black dietitians? So I saw an opportunity for me to only be the only black dietitian around where I am, which means I can make thousands and thousands of money, on a weekly basis. So I took that opportunity. What happened now in 2019, I opened my practices. I opened 3 all at once because, I've got people, I'm known, and this is going to work because I've made a name for myself for what I'm doing. Now COVID hits. What does that do to me? Right? I have to close down all my practices. I can't work. At least for a good 3-4 months, I'm paying rent for places that I cannot use. Now that is something that was supposed to break me, but it didn't. It made me say that obstacles in life are there. So what I did was I started selling sanitizers and masks and all of that. That made me a lot of money, right? And I was like, I didn't sit on the corner and cry every day. I'm like, yeah, God, but if it was, I was like, no, okay, what's next? I saw an opportunity. And that today, I'm hosting an event with Discovery on the 17th of September. I met the guy there when I was selling sanitizers and masks by that time. But today, he recognized me as a dietitian and saying, we've got a wellness program. We want you to head that program, right? Thank you. So God has got bigger plans for anything. So when there's an obstacle that comes in front of you, look, there is something that they're trying to show you. So if I didn't strive and say, I'm going to humble myself and be posting and saying, "Ke rekisa mask ka 10 ranta." Not because, yes, I had the money, it was okay, I was okay, but at the same time, I was like, this was not the plan, right? I wanted to make a living, but now my practices are closed. I'm not gonna sit back and say, no, I'm not gonna make a living. No, I will sell that mask for 10 rand, but that was God's plan. I met a lot of amazing people. Today, I'm doing greater and greater things. So one thing I can say to everybody is that I'm still very young. I haven't achieved as much. I don't have 500 companies, but I have one that is standing and is doing well, and every day so me sitting here, I'm saying you sitting there, wherever you are, you may have achieved your dreams or your goals or anything like that, but just know that you can get wherever you want to get as a person. So take it from me, I've seen a lot of things, I'm still gonna see a whole lot of stuff, and I'm just telling you that it is possible. Believe in yourself, love yourself, be cute, be beautiful, right? Drink water and eat well, and take care of yourself as a woman, right? And happy Women's Month. Thank you so much for having me.
You saw me. You know what? She took me back to when we just started the event, and I said, a lot of the times when we think about the word celebrate, we think about those momentous occasions, something massive in life happened. But the word of God says, count it all joy. Count it all joy when you face persecutions and trials and tribulations of all kinds, because that is the testing of your faith, and the testing of your faith produces perseverance. So let perseverance have its full work in you, that you may be complete and lacking in nothing. So thank you so much for affirming that and reminding us. Does anybody have questions for Palesa? Please do ask your questions. Are these the ones that you were selling? No.
No, they're not.
Okay.
But I can supply you if you want.
Okay.
Thank you. Hi, thank you for sharing your inspiring story. A question I'd like to ask you today is, did you have any preconceived ideas before you went into business? Because I think before we go into businesses, we have this idea, or we have this picture, this mental picture in our minds that, you know what, this is what I'm going to start, this is what I'm going to do, this is what it's going to look like. So did you have any preconceived ideas before you started your business? And what are the things that you wish you knew before you started your own business?
So I'll talk briefly about other stuff that I also want to do other than me having a practice. So in the medical world or in the health world, you know, you can just like literally open a practice anyway and then you have people coming through. But what you don't know is that I went to school and then I studied health. I know nothing about finances. I've known nothing about, you know, hiring people or, the admin side of it and all of that. So when I went into it, I went in blindly, but I went with that thing that I'm going to do it and I'm going to make it. And every day I'm learning, right? There is nothing that you can learn out there, right? I can read as many books, but then experience will teach you. And that's what has been taught me, that at least in the last 2 years that I've had a practice for myself, I've learned. And I'm also very passionate about beauty and fashion as well. So my other business ventures is into going into fashion and beauty, but the background side of it, where like having a store where we're selling clothes or, skincare is very important to me as well and all of that. So I'm only not just, because they all go together, right? Health, beauty, fashion, everything. For me, I want to bring it in a nice house. When you walk into my practice, you're going to find a doctor. You're going to find a store that sells jeans and crop tops and all of that. You walk in and there's probably like a kawaii in there, or you walk in and there's drips in there, there's doctors. So I wanted to make like a nice holistic approach when you walk into my practice one day. So for me, that is one of my dreams and where I am actually trying to get, because I liked what he said, is that when you get to a place where you're doing one thing, you grab it together and you have it together and then you move into the next one, right? So that's what keeps me, going. And I hope I answered your question.
Any other questions?
You can just ask me, I'll come to you.
Any other questions? Hello, how are you?
Good, thanks, and how are you?
Great, thank you. Just a quick one. I wanted to find out from you, working for corporate, and one struggles to maybe adapt to going to the gym, eating healthy, and how would you advise one to at least like find a way that would best suitably works for them?
I think for me personally, right, I'm not even going to talk about my clients or my patients that are in hospital or anything. I always take it home because me, myself, I still struggle at some point, right? So it makes it easier for me to be able to relate with you because I've got the same thing. So the practical example, guidelines I can give, right, is that you need to also, we always say this with fitness and health people, say you need to know your why. We're just not saying that for fun, right? If you're doing it for Utembi next door, the day Utembi moves, what are you going to do, right? So it needs to be something that comes from within, nah? And eating healthy and exercise is this, nah?
Yeah.
So when you are here, don't be there for 5 days, right? So it should be like, okay, I'm not feeling too well today, then tomorrow you pick yourself. It's a long-term thing. There are no quick diets. So you come to my practice, I'm not gonna give you a diet that gives you a flat tummy in 2 weeks. I've had my flat tummy for 10 years, right? So you need to work for yours. And so you see people that are very lean and they didn't get to be like that, but we all start somewhere. So it's very easy. All the food that are out there are healthy. It's just as human beings, we tend them bad. We take potatoes that have no issues with anybody, we submerge them in oil and make it something that they're not. So eat foods that are as natural as they are, right? Make sure you consume your vegetables and fruits every day. Obviously drink your water and exercise at least a minimum of 3 times, in a week. And obviously come for me to consult and I'll tell you the rest.
Okay, nicely answered. Another question would be, one would, obviously as a person who likes to go to the gym and obviously this superstition about supplements.
Yeah.
I know if I'm consistent enough, like 7 days a week going to the gym and everything, my body responds very well.
Yeah.
What's your take on supplements? I don't know if maybe you can...
First of all, I'm a professional, right? So we work a lot with things that are medically approved. You come to me that is medically approved, menu will work, right? So I'll give an example. In hospital, I work with clients or patients that are malnourished. What I do is that first thing, I'm gonna seek some protein shake, right? Especially if it is medically approved, to give it to them to increase their muscle. So there's nothing wrong with that. What is wrong is certain companies making them look like what they are not. They're not supposed to be replacement, right? They're supposed to supplement. When you're supplementing, you're adding on what you already have, right? So it is a booster. It's like a catalyst. If you need about 30 grams of protein a day and you can only afford to eat 15, take the other 15 grams from your protein powder, but that's not a long-term solution. Nah? It is a solution for now. You reach your goal and then you let it go. So natural is good, but then you can always go ask for help. It's like pills, right? Yeah. So I don't have any problem with that as long as it's medically approved.
Okay. We also have some amazing engagement from our online audience. Whoop, whoop. Hey guys, we wish you were here, yes. But anyway, it's okay. So we've got a question from Tepo Siakamela on Facebook. And he says, from your personal experience, how can you answer this question about discovering passion? Do you think that a person should stick to their passion in order to succeed? Or should we do whatever it takes to succeed financially before we answer the passion question?
So for me, I'm a backup girl, right? You always need a backup. One, my career is a backup. First, for sure, right? I will never go to bed hungry for as long as there's a demand of dietitians. There is, definitely. I can work in a hospital. So first things first, before passions are different, right? You might not get hired to be an artist, you might not get hired to be a fashion designer, whatever, but always make sure before, if you can, maybe you're studying and you're following your passion at that point in time, do that, right? But then make sure that you're stable because we all need some sort of income. We all need to eat. So it is very important for you to find your feet first before you go out there to go and chasing your passion because your passion might not come with the income. It might happen in 10 years, but in that 10 years, what's happening with yourself? Right? So for me, that is very important. Have your plan A and your plan B, but definitely, the ultimate goal is for all of us to chase our passions and actually leave them. But we need money to survive. So just make sure that your passion brings you a little bit of income for you to survive.
Great. So I heard something about planning. Have a plan A, have a plan B, which makes me think that you're somebody that's very strategic minded. Ne? So that leads me to our second question from Thandeka Madondo, who was asking, what business strategies do you use as a template for your businesses?
So I think for me is that because I've got another company that's called Blue Opulence that does supply and demand and all of that, right? So in South Africa, I'm not going to sit here and lie and be like, connections and networks work, right? You go, I meet somebody here today and say, my company needs this and this and this and that. Will you be able to give that for me, right? I'm still figuring myself out. Like I said, there's a lot of things that I still want to do, but I'm still figuring myself out. For my practice, I know where I'm going with that, right? And every day we're introducing new things and we want to get bigger and bigger and bigger. But I feel like that is also different from you opening a store where you need to hire people. I work with professionals, it's easy for me to just be like, I'm looking for 2 nurses. Right? You get paid what the HPCSA says I must give you, and we keep it moving. But now when you are selling bags or selling shoes or doing something else, that is completely different, right? Because you have to have everything all figured out. I've got a guideline from the board where I'm working. So I'm still figuring it out. I'm not going to sit here and just be like, oh, I've got it all together. No. Like you sitting there at home, like you sitting in there, we're all figuring out, but you must have a plan and know where you're trying to get.
Stuff. So where can we find you online?
Okay. So you can find me at 2 places. On Twitter, it's Dietitian Palesa, and on Instagram as well, it is Dietitian Palesa.
Okay, there's just one more question from the lady. She's coming through. I'm not seeing any water. Are you impressed with us? No, ne? I'm embarrassed on our behalf.
But they offered me water when I got here, and I was like, that.
No, that's
you.
right.
That's right.
Hello, everyone. My name is Constance from Fit Munduza, so we're more of a fitness company, but we do mostly from where? But we do mostly outdoors. So my question for you is, how do you collaborate with other women in the same field and same industry? Because we do work with other people, and then others are asking about nutrition. Yes, I did nutrition, but not as broad as you did.
I have,
So how can we combine so that at least when somebody has such issues that are more of nutritional based, so that I can be able to refer you or give advice that's correct, not just touch base.
Okay. So if you guys remember, the first time I came here, I came with Juanita. She was one of the speakers. So she is into fitness. That's why I'm saying I know you.
Okay.
Right? So that's how I met her. I met her through that. She came to me and be like, I saw she was doing fitness. And I saw under her post, a lot of people were asking her about nutrition. I sent her a DM and I said, hey, listen, if you get all these questions, direct all those people to me. I will not give out 90% of the information, obviously for free. Yes. I'm a professional, I work, right? But then I will give out guidelines. If you ask me, is this okay, blah, I will always do it. So I'm available, you can send me a DM. There's so many, there's information like a email, I'll always respond to those. But even if you say to me, I need you to at least, maybe if you have a gym, you say, come to my gym, maybe like once a week, and you get people to say, I will be having a dietitian on this day. I will willingly be able to do that for you.
Okay, thank
and
you.
then I can come through and actually speak to them face to face, free of charge.
Okay, thank you.
Hi, Palesa. Hi. My name is Carol. I would like to ask you, Hori, where do you get this? You have a good confidence. Where do you get this positive confidence? What advice can you give ladies who struggle? You know, ladies, they have problem with confidence. They want to put this in. They want to take this in. So what can you motivate them? What words can you give them to be motivated and to be strong and be confident with themselves?
I always say when you lack something, you can work on it, right? Mm-hmm. I wasn't always like this. But I saw that for me to be out there and for the kind of work I'm in and, you know, the socials and all of that, I needed to be confident. Mm-hmm. So I put myself closer to those that I thought that like, she looks confident and all of that, right? Mm-hmm. And then how did you do it, right? Yeah. So put yourself around people that you feel like I aspire to be like her. Mm. I aspire to walk like that. It takes practical like work to do it. I'm not gonna sit here and be like, you must sit in front of your mirror. Yes, do say your affirmations, but after saying your affirmations, please go do the work, right? So for me, I think it's because of a lot of my struggles that I went from. I'm not going to sit here and say somebody gave it to me. It's just something that I said to myself, if I don't do this, if I don't wake up every day and say, Palesa, you're gonna walk into this company and approach them or send a motivational letter for you to work with them or whatever, nobody's gonna do it for you. So it just comes from you talking to yourself. Be kind to yourself, but be very loving towards yourself. I'm a dietitian. A lot of people probably think like, oh, I'm fat, my thighs are too this and this and this and this and that. I live with that every single day. I never told anybody that I want to be skinny, right? Oh. So let's get that right, right? So for me, and that is one of the things that I'm trying to remove that type of narrative out there because it doesn't favor us. I don't use BMI in my practice today because it favors tall people and skinny people. Okay. But what about us? Yes. What about the black women? You know, because most black women look like me. So why can I not be a dietitian and be accepted the way that I am? But now somebody's telling me that, no, you need to weigh this much. Yes, I do. When we look into it medically and all the body fat mass and all of that, it is advised for health reasons. But first of all, you need to be okay first with how you look. That is very important. In order for you to be able to appreciate where you're going in terms of your physique, you need to love where you are right now. And that's what I do every single day. Every client that walks on my door, I tell them that you are beautiful and you look exactly as you are. I want you like this, but if you want to get better, I'm here to assist you. So it's just for you to talk to yourself. Talk to you. Nobody's going to give you. When people say, oh, you look beautiful, I'm like, I know, darling. Right? Because I affirm myself, and not because ngiyazitshela or anything. Coming from where I come from at Davidson, but it's, oh, lo, uyazitshela. We grew up like, if they ever told you that out here, right? Give me a hand. You're my girl, right? Keep jelaring yourself because you don't have to wait for other people to say anything to you. That's where confidence comes from.
Thank you, honey.
Look at the person next to you, ne? And then tell them, ukuthi yazi mina ngimuhle. Awutsheli bona uyatshela wena. Ukuthi mara mina mawungibhekile ngisha. Yazi mina ngimuhle.
Yazi mina ngimuhle.
Yazi mina.
Thank you.
Please. No, ungibhekisise. Ungibonile mara.
That's a good one. That's a good one.
So we have, it seems to be booming online. We have another question from Ubizin Mutlake who's asking, please comment on the importance of water and also, is tap water nutritional?
So let's talk about this, right? That's my favorite topic. I can talk until tomorrow. Actually, I want to say something. Yes, quickly. I know you. I want to talk about this water thing, guys. Be true to yourself, and social media will bring the right people to you, right? And then they start seeing you as a brand. When I started talking about water, because I was like, I'm a dietitian, but like, Palesa, your water. How much water do you drink yesterday? Then when I realized, and when I started asking most of my clients how much, nobody could tell me how much water they had. So for me, I saw that we will not be intentional about the water intake on how much water did you drink yesterday? Right? Does anybody here know? You will only know if you were intentional about it. So for me, it was very personal. I went to see a dermatologist. They told me I'm dehydrated and I was developing eczema. I was like, what do you mean? But then I realized that I was not drinking enough water, right? 90% at least of our body is made up of water. I think we all know that. Nah? And for our systems to work properly, they need water. For you to do number 2, you need water. You need to pee. You need to get rid of the toxins in your body. You need water. For you to glow, to be hydrated, you need water. To produce saliva, you need water, right? So as a woman, I just tell people that don't even, for weight loss as well, please, right? So I can give you practical advice. So for breakfast, before you eat every morning, make sure that you drink warm water. What does it do? It naturally suppresses your appetite. I'm talking about people that want to lose the tummy, right? A secret to me having a flat tummy is that. So another second one is that for every meal before you eat, 30 minutes or 15 minutes before that, drink your water. That way, your metabolism will be working properly. You won't have any problems with constipation, which can make you very, very grumpy. People don't care about these things until you're forced to come to see me by your doctor. So prevent all of those things. Take care of yourself. Be a hydrated queen, and you look good, man.
Look good. Let's give her one more round of applause.
Thank you so much.
So please stay so that we can get a nice picture of you. So I'm just going to move the couch back a bit for you. While we do that, it's time for networking. Like networking. I know these days people don't carry business cards, but we have our phones for a reason. Yeah. So now we're going to go outside, visit the exhibition stands for 5 minutes, literally 5 minutes. So I'd like everybody to be back at 12:11. And while we're visiting exhibition stands, network with the person. Ask them, so what have you learned so far? What's your business about? Tell me more about you. So I'm going to call you back in 5 minutes. Thanks, ladies and gents. And if you're joining us online, maybe take this time to ask your questions. We definitely are going to attend to them. Ningasipheleli inhliziyo, man.
Okay. Thank you, baby. Thank you so much. I wanted to match with this because this goes with my company colors. Yeah, so I was like, go, I'm going to go green and white. Yeah, right? I pay attention to the small details. You do? I do. Always. Did you get it? Oh, she's... Hi, Kazi. I wanted to say that on the mic. Maybe
Please, let's come back.
I went to tax and she went to school with your twin sisters. What's your name? Esther. And you know Lucy for some weird reason. She's my best friend from Boston.
Imagine you're a qualified PR and sales practitioner, and you also start working in the sales and marketing space. And then only for you to end up in the construction industry. Like, how does that work? You started in PR, you did a bit of marketing, you worked in marketing, and then you end up in construction. Ganjan, make it make sense. And that's exactly what our next speaker is about to do for us this afternoon. So Thandeka Nombanjinji-Nzama is the founder of a construction company called Mbokodo Building Pty Ltd. Like, just the company name. Hey, just the company name tells you that this is a woman who is serious about making her name known, who is serious about taking up space, and who is serious about building women. So she was inspired by her late father, Mr. Nombanjinji, who is a late property developer in Johannesburg. And today she's going to inspire us because she's a woman in business, she's in construction, and she's making big deals. She's making it rain in the construction space. So without taking up too much of her spotlight, Sisi, please come and tell us how to do this business thing. Let's welcome her with a warm round of applause.
Thank you very much. Yes, please. Good afternoon, everyone. You know, I won't even say, you know, I'm quite a shy person, believe it or not, but yeah. We have to get out of, you know, sometimes we have to get out of our comfort zones and just stretch ourselves as people. Mahlodi, thank you so much for the intro. My name is Thandeka Nombanjinji-Nzama. I'm the managing director of Mbokodo Building. We are CIDB grade 7 GB and 7 CE construction company. Whose core focus is on female empowerment within the build industry. Our main aim was to minimize the gender gaps and ensure that females form part of an equitable and inclusive part of the construction sector. My journey is not your typical one because I grew up in a family of entrepreneurs. My late father was a property developer and my mom was a businesswoman. Growing up in the Soweto Township, you know, on weekends or school holidays, when our friends would, you know, get to go play and, you know, with other kids and get to live as kids, we were forced to go to the family businesses, you know. At the time, we really hated my father for that, but now that I'm older, you know, I see the benefits of such. And the biggest lessons that came from that is that with our generation, we need to learn that whatever we do, we need to think about generational legacies. We cannot be building businesses or building, you know, organizations only for them to die once, you know, you're no longer there. We need to think about long term. You know, I've realized that most of the times, us as entrepreneurs, when we become short-sighted when we do things. You just want to do things for now and, you know, just get it over and done with. But you're not thinking about long-term. Even if you do not have kids, think about who can I rope in to make sure that whatever I've started lives long beyond myself when I'm no longer here on earth. So my journey began, my professional journey began, I studied PR, and when I finished my studies, one thing I've always knew as a person was that as much as I was from a family of entrepreneurs, I felt that I need my own independence. I'm not going to depend on what the family has already built. And I felt that I needed to build a name for myself, and I knew that I needed to start from scratch to make that happen. So from high school, I was a person who, I sold sweets in high school and chips. And, while I was in varsity, I used to work in the retail sector. I was in the clothing industry. I was a salesperson there. So when I was about to finish my studies in varsity, there was a Sunday afternoon. I remember that day very clearly. I was sitting reading the Sunday World. And no, I wasn't reading the Sunday World because I'm a serious person. Sunday World. Yeah, so I was reading the Sunday World, and I came across such an inspirational article, which was about the first black-owned BMW dealership in South Africa. So to me, I felt to myself that, shoo, this is huge. For this to happen in our lifetime, I actually want to be a part of this. I don't know how, but I want to be a part of this. So there I was on a Monday morning. I drove to the dealership. I did not know anyone there. I walked in. I went to the receptionist. I said, hi, I'm here to see, I remember I said, I'm here to see Tshego. I did not know Tshego. But I saw the pictures of the directors, and I was like, okay, this one seems like he's the most, kind one. You can tell from pictures that, okay, he seems like he's a bit easier than the other ones. He doesn't look too serious. So the receptionist said to me, okay, do you have an appointment? I said, yes, of course. I told a white lie, guys. But anyway, I sat at the reception area. I sat for quite a number of hours, waiting and waiting. And while I was sitting there, I saw there's a client that walked into the dealership. The client was walking around, not sure, there wasn't anyone to assist them. And I went up to the client. I said, hi, sir, can I assist you? I can see that there's no one to assist you. Is there anything I can assist you with? And he said to me, yes, I'm looking for a car, but there's no, I said, no, please, sir, can you just wait a bit? I'll get someone to assist you. I went to the receptionist. I said, there's a person who's been roaming around. Can you please get someone to assist them? And sure, they got the assistance. So I went back and I sat, and I thought to myself, I was so hungry that day. I was like, I'm not going anywhere until someone speaks to me here. Then while I was sitting at the coffee area, and then I see the lady who was making tea, doing her rounds, serving tea to everyone in the dealership. So I went to her, ma, can I please assist you? I can see Guti Ngati, you're struggling a bit here. And I assisted her. Already, in that morning, I had gone through the entire dealership, went to the parts department, went to the service department. I was assisting her. But she didn't even know who I was, because I was this strange girl just roaming around the dealership. So at some point, when I went back to sit there, one of the MDs of the business, he came up to me. He said, Sisi, I see you've been sitting here for quite a while. Are you okay? Have you been helped? He actually thought I was a client that has been waiting for a driver to take me home. And I said, yes, sorry to disturb you, but I was waiting for you. I literally need 2 minutes of your time. And he's like, oh, you're waiting for me? You've got an appointment with me? I said, no, I don't. But, can I please just be brief and explain myself? I'm a student, I'm studying PR, I'm about to finish my studies, and I'd like to be an intern here at your company. And he said, but we're not taking any interns, we don't have any stipends. And I said, no, I'm not looking at being paid. I just want to be here and be part of this history, because I read about you guys, And even if it means I clean your offices or whatever, I just want to work here. It does not matter what I do. And he said, that's very strange. You know, it's the first time I hear a student saying that they're not willing to be paid. And I said, no, I really don't need to be paid. I just need to learn from amazing people like you. And he was quite impressed. He said, you know what, I've never heard this before, because all the time we literally get students that come here and they get turned off when we tell them that we don't have the stipends for them. And while I was sitting there, one of the drivers actually came and he was like, you know, he's got a problem because there was a vehicle that they needed to fetch at the plant for one of the clients who was coming to fetch the car later that day. So the driver didn't have anyone to take him to the plant. And I said, I'm here, I've got a license, I can take you there. And you know, and now the guy was like, geez, what don't you do when, you know? And he was like, okay, go, if you don't mind, are you sure, are you gonna take the driver? I said, yes, I don't mind. I took the driver. Then when I came back later, he said, come back tomorrow. I don't know what you're gonna do here, but you impressed me because I can see you really want this so badly. The next morning, early in the morning, I was there, you know? And when I got to the dealership, they were like, no, we don't know what you're gonna do. And I created opportunities for myself. Because even when I got to the dealership, I was like, you know what, I'm not gonna wait to be told, do this, do that. When I saw that there was a problem somewhere, I created, you know, an opportunity for myself. Because when clients came in the morning, it would be flooded with clients when they brought their cars to the dealership in the morning. So I would be there to welcome the clients and help with the paperwork, just to sign them in and all of that. And, you know, from there on, I found myself being like cleaning the boss's offices, to being a runner, going to buy people's lunches, to the point where I was like one of those jack of all trades in the dealership. So I made sure that, you know what, I make myself a valuable asset without them realizing. To the point where, you know, all of them were like, okay, when there was no one to do certain things, they were like, okay, Thandeka, can you just quickly run and do that? I was a runner, basically, doing everything. Even the unglamorous work, I was doing it. I was there. I was like, you know what, I don't have a title, I'll do everything it takes to work here. So fast forward, they took me to the sales cadet program where I had to undergo training to be a sales executive for BMW. Let alone, at that point, you know, my dad was not happy with me because he felt like, you know, I've created businesses, and when you're going to work for other people, why are you not coming, you know, to work for the family business? And I felt that, you know what, as an individual, if you want to learn, you really need to go out there and learn how things are done, you know, outside. And I felt that that was very beneficial because even when my dad was no longer around, I was able to handle his businesses because I was exposed to the outside world. And I made sure that I'm an independent person and I don't depend on the family businesses. Fast forward years later, you know, because my dad was a property developer and I used to go around with him, you know, as a young girl. And I used to see him, you know, getting a piece of land from it being nothing and seeing him build it up to being an incredible structure. And, you know, when you're a young girl, that is like, it looks like magic. It's like, wow, you know, like for me to see this with my own two eyes, you know, growing into this amazing building. Then I decided that I'll open up a construction company because that was one passion that, you know, I've always had. So I opened up a construction company. It was very difficult, extremely difficult. Like, you know, being a woman in construction, the level of patriarchy is it's insane. So, you know, trying to knock on doors, being told no, no, who do you think you are? Are you even gonna be able to do this, you know? And I told myself that, you know what, I'm not gonna give up. I'll be relentless in making sure that, I make this happen. So yes, the construction company gained trajectory a bit, as time went on. And I told myself that, you know what, one day when I make it, not if I make it, when I make it, I will make sure that I'm so unapologetic in making sure that females are included in this sector, whether they like it or not. And I was so intentional to the point that if you can see our PPE, it's pink. Like we're there with pink hard hats, we are there with pink PPE. When we're on site, they're thinking, ooh, who are these people with their pink things? And we don't care. But you know what, when we leave that site, the level of quality of our work, it speaks volumes. That speaks for us, And I felt that, with creating Mbokodo building, it was not just for me. It was for the females that are coming after me. Because, when you reach a certain level in life, we tend to forget where we come from. We tend to shut away other people that are trying to get opportunities. So I was like, with my company, the model should be in a way where we are including females and we try and empower them. I felt that I don't want to see other females struggling like how I did. If I'm there, why not create opportunities for them? There's nothing wrong. It does not take anything away from you as a person to create opportunities for others. And, in our sector, I must say we've really caused a big stir because everywhere we go, we are known because we've been very intentional about that. I don't know how many times I've been told that when you crazy, do you think women can build? You guys, you're wasting your time. And we've proven ourselves over and over again that women can build. We have so many females that are highly qualified, but they don't get opportunities simply because of their gender. And, so with every business structure that you create, always don't think about yourself only. Think about what value can I add to others, to other people. And Mahlodi has given me 5 minutes. I went through, there's life lessons that I've learned throughout in business that I just quickly jotted down. I'll be quick. First one, opportunity meets preparation. If I did not take that opportunity and prepare myself back then at BMW, I wasn't gonna get into that company. So do whatever it takes to make sure that, you have to get out of your shell. I'm a very shy person, believe it or not. But I told myself that I have to, really get out of my comfort zone and make sure that I put myself in places that I normally wouldn't be able to go into. Be prudent with your finances. That is very important. Me now, Thandeka, you know what? I earn a salary from all of my businesses. Like every month, I live within the means of what I earn. Your business and your personal life are two separate entities. Do not swipe your business card, ebumnandini. No, live within your means and make sure that you earn for what you've brought in. If you didn't make sales that month, unfortunately, your salary can't be as high as, as every other month. So be diligent with your finances and make sure that, you separate the entities. You are a separate entity as an individual, and your business is a separate entity. Failure is part of the process. At some point, I opened up a salon because it was trending and my friend was selling a salon. But honestly, I did not have the passion for that. I did it because, okay, it's a business, let's see, it's gonna work out. No. I did not have the passion for that, and it did not work out. It failed dismally, because first of all, I did not have the time to be there, and salon is one of those businesses that need you to basically babysit that business. So it did not work out. So failure is part of the process, and you learn as you go along. And you networking, you know, they're always saying that, you know what, your network determines your net worth. Always make sure that you put yourself, you know, in alongside people that have gone, you know, that route before you. Make sure that you learn from those that have walked the path before you. And then you must shut out the noise, you know, because with every level of success, there's more noise. There's gonna be people telling you, no, this thing won't work. They'll give you every reason for you to doubt yourself. Never doubt yourself. Once you've got a vision, go with it and don't listen to anyone else. Don't let anyone deter you from that. Giving up is not an option. There will be those bad days, you know, like obviously on Instagram, I get posted with, oh guys, anaz nina, what I had to go through, you know. We all look good, we look like we're thriving, but everyone, no one is immune to problems. So never give up when you're in business. Know that there are gonna be times where you don't even know where your salary is gonna come from, but make it happen. That's why it's important to follow your passion, because you must have something that will make you wake up every day and go for it, no matter how hard it gets. I mean, I would sit for months and months without projects and not know where, you know, my next pay is gonna come from. But you make things happen, you know, never ever give up. And then do things for yourself and not other people. Never be embarrassed to adjust your lifestyle when things are not going great. Like, don't force no because you want to look a certain way, you're doing it for people. No, that's not gonna help you. That's not gonna pay your bread. You know, COVID really hit all of the entrepreneurs so badly, and you need to have forward thinking. Good, okay, you know what, things are no longer the same. I need to downgrade here. If you need to work from home, do that. Then to say, no, I'm gonna force and have those fancy offices and, you know, because you want to have a certain image because of people. People are not gonna, you know, make any difference in your life. And then generational legacy. As I've spoken about generational legacy, build your business and transfer skills in a way that it will survive way after you have long left the world. So make sure that you create something sustainable for generations to come. We don't want our families to suffer. We don't want, you know, we need to break those generational curses of Guti, no, things were bad. No, our kids can't say that. They can't be singing the same song. You must build something sustainable and solid for them so that they can also grow that business to certain levels after you are long gone. And the final one, when you reach that top destination, pay it forward. Never ever forget where you come from. It does not take anything away from you to help the next person. Never ever feel that you've arrived in life. You know, always know that, you know what, as much as you suffer, don't make the next person suffer. Information that you have already, why not share it? Nothing, you lose nothing by, you know, a candle loses nothing by lighting another candle. And that's all, because I don't have much time. Oh, okay. Oh, yes, okay.
You know, if there's one thing about Thandeka, it's her humility. This woman has achieved so much. She's a captain in her industry, and just her humility, the way she carries herself, the way she interacts with people. I don't know what it is, Siswam, but please keep it up. Just by how you show up, you encourage the next woman to believe that it's possible, because you emulate that, and you create that open, safe environment for women to be who they are. So thank you so much.
Thank you very much.
Does anyone have a question? Many questions, yes. All right, so if you're joining us online, please send your questions through. We're also going to be taking care of them. Let's get the sanitizer and get the questions rolling. So how many do we have? Yes.
The whole day?
No! All right, so I've noted you, I've noted 1, 2, so it's 4 so far. And she's drinking her water. Kubone mara. Aye. 5, okay.
Hi, Thandeka.
Hi.
My name is Pepe, and I'm a quantity surveyor. I can tell you that you are causing quite a stir. The boardrooms that we sit in, we speak about you. You are literally dubbed the next Dr. T. That's how big you are becoming.
Thank you so
I am
much.
very, very grateful to have met you today, and this is why I literally came. Because I'm like, I have so many questions. As a woman, and as a black woman in a construction industry, how do we balance the disrespect that we get from especially men and especially white Afrikaans men? Because I mean, I'm a quantity surveyor and I pay you. I pay you. So if I tell you that this is the payment certificate I'm gonna give you because I have done my evaluation on site, and then you come and degrade me based on my color and based on the gender, like how do I now start being professional? Because,
You know, we go through a lot of that.
Yeah.
Hence, you know, I was very intentional with what I did with Mbokodo.
Yes.
It's so sad that, you know, us as women, when we go to site, it's like we have to sort of psych ourselves up to say, you go on defense mode.
Every day.
You know, you're in my car, I'm a lady, until I get on site, I'm like, okay, you know? I'm always like, you know, I can't wait for the day where we don't have to do that.
Oh, my goodness.
Can we be respected for the quality of work that we know? And like, can we be respected for us as professionals and not be rated based on, you know, our gender? It's not a fair thing, you know, because there was a time, what you're talking about, there was a time when we had a meeting with other contractors. And let alone, this contractor had a very big mouth, you know? So we're deciding that, okay, who's gonna do what? And they're busy saying, they're taking all the scopes of work, by the way. And then they're like, okay, and the ladies can just clean the windows once we're done building.
Yeah.
And I was like, excuse me, what do you mean we will clean the windows?
Yeah, or do paving.
And exactly, they always want us to do the lousy work.
Yeah.
So I said, no, we are grade 7, by the way. And he opened up, it's like, now, why do we have to keep on saying, I'm a grade 7 for people to actually take you seriously, you know? And that guy, that time he's got a big mouth and he's a grade 4.
Imagine.
And he's telling us that we will clean the windows. So I told him that, no, excuse me, I'm not going to do any of this work unless, you know, we get a proper scope of work. So we always have to fight. But we have to take that fight because we don't want generations that are coming. We don't want our kids to be scared of the industry. So we must make it a comfortable place for them. And they need to know that, you know what, it's okay. They need to know that, you know what, it's okay to see a brown-skinned woman making it in the construction sector. So we pray for a day the way we see so many females taking over the sector. Even with you as a quantity surveyor, wherever you are, you need to think about, you know, how do you create opportunities for other, you know, even if it's going to a school, talking to girls and letting them know that this is the possibility. You know, it's possible to be a black woman and be a quantity surveyor. There are such careers out there, you know. Yeah, so it's all about us making sure that we push that agenda, you know, for the generations that are coming after us. No, I can. Yeah.
Oh, okay. Hi, Sister Thandeka.
Hi.
I'm actually excited to meet you. Yeah. So I also have a lot of questions. We also in construction. We started 2019. We still new.
Yeah.
So yeah, I'm not gonna speak about the discrimination and everything. We all know. I just wanna know, do you have mentorship programs with you? Because I heard that you giving information to women. Because I feel like this industry needs you to be prepared and equipped. So I just wanna know if there's any mentorship programs that you're running, and we would really love to be part of that. That's my question, thanks.
Okay. First of all, you need to follow the Mbokodo page.
We on
You
there.
do,
We
okay.
every day, all
yeah,
day, yeah.
We post all of the information there. So we've got the skills development program where we take ladies and upskill them, and then they get CETA accreditations, at the end of the program. We've got, the thing is, COVID really disturbed us with mentorship programs, but, I'm always, I get so many DMs, but I try my best to get to every DM and respond, as much as I can. I'm always available, my email address is also there on my page. I'm always available. Also, please make sure you get yourself registered on our database. Yeah, because when we procure, we specifically procure from female-owned entities. So we've got a database that has companies that are female-owned that we use as subcontractors, and there's many opportunities. We're not huge, but we try and make sure that we create as many opportunities for ladies out there as much as we can. So just make sure that you registered. You're on the database, and send me a DM, please. Okay.
Okay, hi, Sister Thandeka, how are you?
I'm good, and you?
I'm good. Okay, firstly, I want to say that I actually love you.
Thank you.
I got introduced to you on the business day, the article that you recently did.
Yes.
That's how I learned who you are, and then I just went on a rampage and just found out what you do. You probably don't watch TV, but there's a show called Ngobile on Zanzi Magic. It's about a black woman who basically tries to employ women into a business. When I saw Pink, that show also, the women wear pink.
Oh, I saw it.
Yeah.
My daughter was watching it. I'm like, okay, this looks like Mbokodo.
Exactly. That's exactly.
Or the Uber drivers, ne?
Women drivers.
The women
yes.
drivers, Uber drivers. Okay,
Yeah,
yes, I
so
saw it. Yeah.
When I read about you, I just I'm watching you on TV, just in a different industry. So that's probably the reason, part of why I love you. But in my line of work, when I think construction, we always think liability, risk, and so forth. So my question to you is, have you found that your liabilities and your costs, are they reduced because you are bringing women, or is it indifferent? It doesn't matter.
I always say, we can't grow people by not training them. As much as it affects our business, right? Because when sometimes we're bringing people that are not skilled enough, to be part of the projects, it's gonna, our timelines are gonna be longer, and we don't want that on site. But, I always say, if we are not training them, who's gonna give them a chance? I sometimes tell myself that, I'll take that chance, on someone. If they're a hard worker, then I'm willing to take that chance on them. We'll give them a smaller scope of work just for them to gain confidence on site. Because honestly, even when I started, it was difficult to get opportunities. But, I was blessed enough because, when I spoke about your networks, they determine your outcome. I had friends that were already in the construction sector. And I left everything to go and be an intern there. I was already a CEO of the family business. But I was like, you know what? I want to learn this construction thing properly. I went and got my hands dirty. I was like, I'll start from scratch if I need to do that. And I literally worked my way up. And the only way you'll really learn a lot in the industry is by physically doing something. Now no one can tell me Guti foundation is okay when I can see from far and they know me on site. Oh, Lord. My project managers sometimes would be like, hey, boss, please don't don't come all the time because I'm like, yeah, I'm OCD as well. Because I'll be like, no, this thing is not, properly aligned. It's not leveled and all of those things. So I did not study construction, but you learn by being there on site. So I feel that by us bringing women on site, even though maybe they're not working or, they come and get, upskilling, by us creating that opportunity for them. So to what you said, it does affect the business, but it's all about, having a bigger vision. Because honestly, I would love to see so many women-owned construction entities,
Right. Hi, Sis Thandeka.
Hi.
And I'm also a big fan. I love you.
Thank you.
And appreciate your work. I think I also share the same sentiments as the other lady, that you are, to me, more like Dr. T. So I'm also in construction. I own a small company. And I think I'm actually short of words to appreciate the work that you do, paving for us and doing so much. The most awesome one is the pink PPE. For me, it hits the most. It's like the biggest statement that you can ever make, and especially that when you are in construction full of, it's male dominated. It's more like at all times you need to say, I'm female, but I can do this. And so my question to you is, with all of that, it's like you always have to sort of put up a fighting mode when you are in this platforms where it's full of males. Psychologically, emotionally, how do you balance all of that?
It might sound very mediocre, but honestly, how I center myself is through prayer, honestly. Like, I can't function without praying when I wake up. Like, God honestly directs my path. He's the one that really centers me as an individual. There's days when I feel like, I want to cry, like, like when it gets so difficult to the point where you feel like you want to give up. But when the minute I pray, honestly, like I feel some sense of, calmness, and I bring myself back towards myself through prayer. So, whether you're religious or not, but I feel that honestly with prayer, everything gets easier. I hope I've answered your question.
Sawubona Sis Thandeka.
Hi.
Uyathandeka njengegama lakho. I think you mentioned something for me which quite resonates with my value system, which is empowering other women. So there's often this idea that women can work together. So you've then taken an intentional step to work with women only. And it's quite a risky thing. How do you dismantle that in the eyes of patriarchy that says women have a pull-down syndrome, women cannot work together? But you've decided that you want to build a whole empire and a legacy built by women.
It's quite important that when you are doing something, you need to lead by example. First of all, I felt that, it is difficult to work with women because there's always issue after issue. Like, sometimes we're dealing with issues that have nothing to do with work on site. But I felt that, I need to lead by example. No matter how hard it gets, I will take it on. And, sometimes even the men will say, oh, so are you trying to say that you won't work with us because we're men? I said, no. I have nothing against men, but I'm saying that I'm taking a stand because, for generations and for such a long time, we've been so marginalized. Someone needs to take a stand. And I'm very unapologetic about it. And everyone knows that, I'm pro-women. I want to see women growing, because you know what, we are 10 steps behind than our male counterparts, unfortunately. So we need to sort of try and make sure that we create ways where we can fast forward, things for females. So whatever you do, or whatever industry you're in, try and make sure that you don't forget about your sisters, and try and make sure that you integrate them somehow. Even in the smallest way you can assist. It doesn't take anything away from you. I mean, even with what we do, it's not only people that are in construction that we assisting. I mean, our database, we've got people in marketing and different fields. So our procurement, from office supplies to right to your building material supplies, it's female-owned entities that we utilize. But what I've realized, that we don't have enough women, in these industries. Like, for instance, with building material supplies, we don't have females. And I'm always crying about that. I'm like, guys, no, we need to find females that are supplying building material, because we want to support them. And the only way we able to support others is by intentionally doing something about it. I don't care if someone else prefers to do things their own way, but as long as I'm alive, and as long as I'm running Mbokodo, I want to do things in that way, because I'm very intentional about it.
Hi, Sister Thandeka.
Hi.
How are you?
I'm good, and you?
I'm good. So amongst many women in this room, I love you so much.
Thank you.
I follow your work, and I'm just inspired by everything you do. I follow everything that you do, and I'm also inspired by the projects and the good work you've been doing with the likes of Mr. Emmanuel Bonoko. I draw inspiration from such entrepreneurs, and which somehow leveled me up to then take a stand and say, I also want to venture into entrepreneurship, utilize the skills that I have in a way to can open a business and see a business opportunity, So I don't necessarily have a question for you. I have a request. As a woman who defied all odds, like you always say, as a woman who defied all odds to taking your construction company to where it is now, despite you not studying construction and you not, knowing everything about the industry, I would please request from you a mentorship in that manner. How do you go about, being dominant in the industry you're not even experienced in, if I can put it like that? I don't know if you get my point.
I totally get your point,
Yes.
and I would be delighted to.
Thank you so much.
No other questions? Are you serious? She's serious. I didn't say the whole game. No. Okay, I think that's all. Do you want one last remark, and then we wrap it up? Okay.
Hi, Thandeka, is me again.
Yes.
So I heard you talk about your network, and every speaker is always talking about your network. That is, it is important to be networking, because now it's equal to your net worth. Great. That is good on paper. That is good on speech. But the moment we start approaching those people that we know that are supposed to be our network, these people are busy. So how do we actually get into that? How do we connect with them? Because I can imagine you running a 7GB construction company. You're not sitting there waiting for Pepe to knock at like 10 a.m. and like ask you questions and stuff. How do we then get into this networking business?
You know what? I hear your point, and it's a very valid one. Because when I think about myself, way back then, I don't want to name names, but there was a female that I really looked up to, and I met her at some event, and I was busy telling her how much I look up to her. I want to do this and that, and the response that I got was not such a great one, And we learn from such situations that I don't want to be that person, like even when I give you my contacts and whatever, we have a chat that, please don't take it badly. If I take forever to respond. Don't think I'm ignoring you, because sometimes it does get overwhelming. It does become very difficult. But it's all about chatting to the next person and having them understand that, it's not me thinking, I'm better or I've got better things to do. But let's respect each other also. It must be both ways, You can't be calling me at 10 at night, like, always on my case every day, You need to also, we need to do things in a respectful manner both ways, Sometimes, there's people that would turn you off from giving away your numbers because it gets a bit too much, to the point where it's like, oh gosh, what was I doing, But it's all about having a quick chat and discussing how are we going to connect. I try and make time whenever I can, like for someone. And sometimes I say you don't need to physically meet someone to get information. Quick WhatsApp chat, Guti, hey, Thandeka, 1, 2, 3, 4, I've got this issue. Then I can respond to you and say, okay, do this and do that. I mean, there's so many other people I mentor through DM. And I've been, there's a lady from Limpopo. In fact, I've been chatting to her for months and months. I'll only get to meet her soon because she's done so incredibly well with the company. It has grown so much through, I've been mentoring her, honestly, through DM. And she's managed to take the advice that I've been giving her. And she's grown, her business. She wasn't negative to say, I know this one, she doesn't want to meet me. And I was very straightforward to say, honestly, now, I'm so overwhelmed. I don't even know, what to do first. And, it gets a bit too much. You've got family, you've got kids. There's a lot, especially as a woman. We've got a lot going on besides work, I'm willing to give you my numbers, and we can have a chat.
One more round of applause for the incredible, sensational, inspirational, motivational Thandeka. Thank you so much. God bless you. Thank you so much. So before you leave, I'm just going to ask our photographer to take a nice photo of you. And while they're doing that, I'm going to ask for our exhibitors to please join us on stage. So you've probably seen that there's some exhibitors outside selling, doing nice things. Can they please come inside and tell us a bit more about their businesses in 1 minute? So let's get our exhibitors to come through, and then our Thandeka can take her picture.
Oh, by the way, sorry, just one last quick one. Bulelani, what you are doing is so incredible. Back then we did not have opportunities like these. And this is it's so amazing what you're doing, because it does not help, Uguti. There's always, such platforms, and people are not reachable, and Bale, Masentin, and everywhere else. I love the fact that you're bringing this to the township. I've got townships are very close to my heart. I grew up there, and what you're doing is incredible. May it grow from strength to strength, and we will try and assist wherever we can. We will try, and we will be there to support. I will drag my friends that are in business to come and support this initiative. So, big ups to you.
Woo-hoo! Thank you. All right, so we're about to get our exhibitors, and they're going to tell us a little bit about who they are. I just want to commend them for taking that leap of faith and that leap of confidence to exhibit today. So please, when you come up to the stage, tell us your name, who you are, what your business is. You don't have the whole day, maybe 1 minute maximum, but just, I'll be looking at you. Ask Palesa, where is she? I was giving her that look, yay, please. So can we sanitize the mics and get them ready? And re ba shapeleng matsogo akere. Yeah.
Hi everyone, I am Portia Chuchu. I'm the founder and managing director of Omolema Ankara Creations. I'm a designer. We design and make African fabric, custom-made accessories, and we also make traditional clothing as well as custom-made earrings. So this is one of our products. It's actually a skirt belt. You actually wear it like this. You see, it looks like that. You wear it like this. You can wear it with jeans or formally. So whatever you wear it with, it takes the cut, like it just brings out the color. So you can wear it with red, blue, yellow. You can find us on our socials, which are Omolema Ankara Creations on Instagram. It's Ankara Omolemo on Twitter. And we also have a Facebook page, which is Omolemo Ankara Creations. We look forward to hearing from you. Thank you.
Hello, everyone. My name is Constance Kubeka, founder of Fit Muntuza. Fit Muntuza is a lifestyle brand that offers outdoor fitness activities such as hiking, camping. And then we also offer a kids gym where we take kids from 3 years upwards. We help them with activities that enhances their concentration, their balance, and their coordination. We also have a clothing brand. We also have a clothing brand. This is our hoodie. And then this is our another print. And then we also have bucket hats. And then we also have others outside. And then Fit Muntuza, when we translate it, it's fit. And then Muntu is like a person. And then ZA is a South African code. So it's for mentally and physically fit people of South Africa. So you can join us. We hike every second week. So we hike twice a month. And you can catch us on Fit Muntuza on Facebook, Fit_Muntuza on Instagram, and Fit Muntuza on Twitter. Thank you.
Afternoon, everyone. My name is Kia Betsui, and I'm the founder of Amore Comfy Sanitary Towels. We have, oh, should I take off my mask? Oh, sorry about that. I'll start again. My name is Kia Betsui, and I'm the founder of Amore Comfy Sanitary Towels. They come in a pack of 10. They're compliant with SABS standards. And we're looking to partner with NGOs, with companies for their CSI initiatives. And for any pad drives, you're more than welcome to contact us. We're based in Midrand, and we're on Twitter, Facebook, and Instagram. We have a website launching next week as well. The handle is @AmoreComfy. Thank you very much.
Oh, is that all? Okay. So did they tell us where to find them, how to support them? Okay, and I just want to say I'm so proud of you. So I've engaged with the lady from Ankara Creations. She's such a hustler. Every event, literally she's there. Every event, she's there. You are going to see this brand, like it or not. And was it 2018, 2019? Where you won a pitching competition. So she's also, if you need tips to pitch your business, she's the go-to girl. Also, Oski, yeah, she walked out now, but she's doing incredible work. I mean, how many black manufactured sanitary towels do you know of? So she's also doing incredible work supporting girls and helping girls to get through school during those difficult menstrual days. So let's give them one big round of applause. Okay, now is the time. As investors and pitching, when are we going to announce the pitching contest winner? Can I please ask all the people who pitched to just join me again on stage if you're still here? Yeah, if you want to stand, yeah, because it's very tricky, ne? So if it's safer for you to stand just below the podium, do that. Just come so that the cameras can capture you. Is someone missing? No, ne? Lefellet. Oh, okay, there she is. All right, let's get man. Why can't let's so okay. So what's going to happen now is we as investors are going to vote for the winner of this pitching contest. Hashtag join us for tea 2021 pitching competition. Can I get a drum roll? Okay. So how's it going to work? We're going to ask the ladies to face that side. Ane, yeah, peganle ningaropi. Okay. Does everybody remember? Do you remember? You have a good recollection of who's who? Or do you want them to stand in the order in which they pitched? It's fine. Okay, I'm going to point. When I point, ne, you scream. The loudest scream. I get. Okay. Can you see where I'm pointing? I'll start here. Over here. Here, where I'm standing. Don't look. Okay. Okay, so is it between... Okay, it looks like we have our winner. Ladies, please turn around. And our winner for the 2021 Join Us for Tea pitching contest is none other than...
Thank you so much.
Okay, can we get her prize? Bulelani, can we get her prize and get a nice picture? Oh, nice. Okay, that's exciting. Ladies, to all of you, for what you've done today, it took lots of courage and bravery. So clap for yourselves. Ne? And then, but now, like, clap as if, yeah, vele, like what I did. Yes, you know, and then clap for each other. Congratulations. Thank you so much for taking part and all the best in your business journeys. Thanks, ladies. All right. So what we're going to do now is just continue networking while we wait for our last speaker for the day. So what's going to happen, you don't have to go outside. You can just stay at your tables and move around. So every 2 minutes, I'm just going to give you the indication. 2 minutes, hi fitile, you move to the next table, get those contacts, get those inspirational thoughts, find out what somebody's doing, and then 2 minutes is up, you move to the next person. Let's engage. And for the people online, send us your questions. What stood out for you today? And let's keep the conversation going on social media. It's hashtag join us for tea. So network, network, network. You are not moving. What must happen now? Ask them, what business are you in? Udume ngani kahle kahle wena? What are you doing for? don't forget to order something ne? As you are seated there. Get yourself a menu. It's lunchtime. So please get yourself something nice to eat while we network. Okay, I said I was going to notify you in 2 minutes. Mara ke a bona moqoqo o monate. But please, I encourage you to move around. Move. Let's move and get ourselves known. Ungahlali lapha ekhoneni lakho, man. Kawusukume and move around and network with other business people. Let's get moving. Time to move, time to move, time to move. You know what I'm actually going to do now is go to each table. And those who have been sitting at the same table since Rifitlile Hoseng. So I'm going to go and take them by the hand and move them to another table. Let's network, man. Stretch your wings. Stretch your network. All right. All righty. All right. So can I just have everybody's attention? I hope Liodi Lene, because I'm hearing lots of plates. I can say kitty plate. Kitty plate. Ba Odi. Oh, okay. I'm very happy to hear that. Let me have everybody's attention, please. Okay. We are actually winding down now. We are closing the event. Our last speaker, Osputi, she couldn't join us due to some life events that are happening. You know the journey of entrepreneurship, ne? You plan one way and then life is like, please reconsider. So unfortunately, she won't be joining us this afternoon. However, she is part of the T family and she will be at the September edition of the event. So if you're coming in September, please just be ready to meet her. So wherever she is, we're sending her our love and thank you so much for availing yourself. And we hope that everything goes well with you. To our online live streamers, thank you so much for joining us. If you're still here with us, thank you for sending your questions, for engaging with us. And for everybody that's here today, please stand up for the last time. So, when we started our event this afternoon, or this morning rather, we spoke about what it means to celebrate. And we said that celebration is not about the big moments in life, but it's about the everyday small wins, small victories, small things that happen in everyday life that are worth celebrating. And for the fact that namhlanje, uvugile. Nozwile mara la makaza wa namhlanje? I'm not sure. No, I'm not convinced ukuthi nwazwile because nihleli kunamahitha kumnandi. Guys, enedintayong. In fact, at some point in the morning it was drizzling. I'm like, ulelani. Hey, please postpone the event. It's very cold. But for the fact that you braved the weather, you braved whatever circumstances that possibly kept you from being with us this afternoon, and you showed up. And not only did you show up, you showed up glamorously so. Can you please just give yourself a... And then, I've seen people hugging each other. I wanted to say earlier on, please don't hug because get COVID. So for now, just give the person next to you a, elbow bump. Like you did it. Hey? And then the same way that we did earlier on when we practiced our affirmations and declarations, we're going to do that, but now we're reversing it. Remember earlier on we were doing these affirmations facing ourselves in the mirror. Now I want you to encourage the person next to you to say, you are bold. So look at them, ne? And then umtshele ukuthi ngibheke. Ngicela ungibheke. Amtshele phela. Ngicela ungibheke, ngibheke. Ngibheke. Ngibheke ungibhekisise. I have a message for you. Tell them I have a message for you. Are you ready to receive my message? I am. And they must answer you, I am. Okay? And then you say to them, please, this is very serious. No smiling now. You mean business. Say to them, you are bold. You are bold. You are courageous. You are unique. You are overcoming. You are victorious. You are successful. You are wealthy. You are wealthy. You are wealthy. Money izinto zakho. Wealth izinto zakho. You attract limitless potential. Limitless potential. You are healthy. You are healthy. You attract goodness because you are good. You are bold. And thank you for joining us for tea.
Bye, everybody.
Thank you, thank you, thank you to our online people. Thank you. Until next time. Bye-bye.